Mon Parlement.
My planet.
My Parliament. My planet.
Notre devenir.
IPU, 135 years of democracy for everyone. The IPU was founded on 30th June 1889 by a small group of visionary parliamentarians who believed that parliamentary dialogue and diplomacy were a better way of settling differences than war.
La vision des pères fondateurs de l'institution est un monde épris de paix à la suite de dialogues entre des pays et des parties en conflit en vue de la coexistence pacifique des peuples.
My Parliament. My planet.
As we celebrate our 135th anniversary this year on 30th June, our founders will be proud to see that the IPU has grown into a thriving global organization, the Parliament of Parliaments, composed of 180 national parliaments open to all 46,000 parliamentarians in the world.
IPU, 135 years of building hope.
135 years of connection, cooperation, and common prosperity.
Common understanding and solidarity.
IPU, 135 years of building trust between parliamentarians.
Toujours une volonté de trouver une solution, d'aller de l'avant.
Finding common solutions.
بناء الجسور.
Compañerismo.
Solidarity for the peace and security.
Of empowering young parliamentarians.
135 years of promoting democracy.
Peace.
Women's rights.
Giving shape to the voice of humanity.
135 years of pushing and paving way for gender equality in politics.
Building bridges between people.
Anticiper l'avenir.
The Inter-Parliamentary Union, 135 years of enduring dialogue and parliamentary diplomacy.
Happy International Day of Parliamentarism.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. Before we begin our meeting, I would request that those of you who would like to take the floor, please fill in the forms that are available. Please fill in the forms that are available in the room, and let's have them here, and we will begin our meeting in the next few minutes.
Mon Parlement,
My planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
notre devenir.
IPU, 135 years of democracy for everyone. The IPU was founded on 30th June 1889 by a small group of visionary parliamentarians who believed that parliamentary dialogue
those of you
and
who are
diplomacy
just joining
were
us
a
now,
better way of
please
settling
fill
differences
in the
than
forms to be able to give a chance to address us on the emergency item. Please fill in the forms that are in the room.
composed of 180 national parliaments, open to all 46,000 parliamentarians in the world.
IPU, 135 years of building hope.
135 years of connection, cooperation, and common prosperity.
Common understanding and solidarity.
IPU, 135 years of building trust between parliamentarians.
Toujours une volonté de trouver une solution, d'aller de l'avant.
Finding common solutions.
بناء الجسور.
Compañerismo.
Solidarity for the peace and security.
Of empowering young parliamentarians.
135 years of promoting democracy.
Peace.
Women's rights.
Giving shape to the voice of humanity.
135 years of pushing and paving way for gender equality in politics.
Building bridges between people.
Anticiper l'avenir.
The Inter-Parliamentary Union, 135 years of enduring dialogue and parliamentary diplomacy.
Happy International Day of Parliamentarism.
Colleagues, we can start now so that we don't lose much of the precious time that we have. I would like to declare open the debate on the emergency item that was included or is included in our agenda this morning, which is entitled Response by Parliamentarians to the Urgent Plea by the United Nations Secretary General to recommit to multilateralism for global peace, justice, and sustainability. How we are going to do our debate, we had 75 minutes, but now our minutes have been, reduced because we are starting a little late, so we will have 60 minutes. The list of speakers is being compiled now as we receive your requests to take the floor. So we will be following the list as the requests are received, and so that we give a chance to as more people as possible, we will be giving you 4 minutes to address the Assembly on this matter. And that said, you will be informed that your time is up, and when your time is up, please adhere to the call to stop. But at the same time, we have to note you will speak from your seats. You will not come in front, and that should save us more time. That said, when we are done with all of you who are requesting for the floor, we will then give the floor to the co-author of this item or this motion from the United Kingdom. Karen will address us, Karen Bradley. So that said, the list as it comes, we have the first person who is going to address us is Ukraine, Lesia Vasilenko. You have 4 minutes to address us. You will be followed by Thailand. Kanavi will address us. Lesia, you have the floor. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry, press again, Lesia. Lesia, press again the request. Okay, it's here now.
Okay.
All right.
Now it's working. So thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. The draft resolution we are discussing today contains points that are relevant pretty much to every country in the world. The text may seem quite broad at first, but the thing is, our whole planet has become ignited with wars and conflicts all over the place. The UN as an institution has not failed yet, but is in the process of failing us all, slowly and painfully. While the Secretary General expresses deep concerns over climate change, the crisis in Sudan, Gaza and the Middle East, Myanmar and Russia's aggression against Ukraine, people are dying in all these places. Mothers are giving birth under missile showers, and babies leave this world without barely taking one breath in the refugee camps they are born in. Schools and hospitals are not built but destroyed, and technology is being developed not to prolong human life, but to take it as quickly as possible, wiping out and exterminating whole nations. And all this time, the one organization that is meant to prevent all this misery and tragedy sits paralyzed. On the Security Council, the representation is not broad enough. Some continents are missing from the list of permanent members, and this is simply not right in the modern world that we live in. African countries deserve standing, and so do Gulag states, and so does India and Japan for that matter. On the Security Council, one country holds veto power while being the biggest aggressor in the world. Russia wages illegal, unprovoked war against Ukraine for the last decade. Over 10 years, since 2014, Russia has been escalating its aggression, not stopped once. In 2022, this aggression has turned into an all-out war against my people. And the people of Ukraine suffer every day. Children get stolen and abducted from their families. They are taken to a foreign land where their culture and ethnic identity is completely wiped out. Prisoners of war are returned looking worse than Holocaust survivors, and that is if they come back at all. And war crime after war crime is being committed, while UN organizations and the ICRC have no access to Russian prisons and war camps to even barely monitor the situation. The people in Africa and Asia suffer too. Propaganda and foreign military interference, such as that of the Wagner Group, for example, is felt in all the places of ignited conflicts that are mentioned in this draft resolution. The world of today is simply not right. And it is up to us, parliamentarians, through our efforts, our engagements, our discussions, to make the world right and to make the UN work again like the institution it was first enshrined to be and developed to be, to prevent conflicts, to prevent wars, and to prevent aggressions, not to just sit and watch as wars and aggressions develop all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ukraine. Once again, we have fewer forms. Before we close the list, please send in your request to speak. Now we will give the floor to Thailand, will be followed by the Russian Federation, Mr. Konstantin Kosachev. Thailand, you have the floor.
Madam President, my dear colleagues, first, Thailand must congratulate and welcome the successful voting of the emergency item yesterday. It was indeed a good sign of hope and the right way forward for this organization to move ahead with reviving multilateralism. Thailand reaffirms our support for a rule-based multilateral system with the United Nations as the world's principal platform to promote global peace, security, and stability, and welcome the adoption of the Path for the Future at the recently held Summit of the Future to ensure that the multilateral system is fit for the purpose and adaptable to the evolving challenges of our times. We also believe that to maintain its relevance, the UN must undertake comprehensive reforms, including that of the Security Council. Amidst the ongoing armed conflict situation in various flashpoints across the globe today, we are saddened that thousands of innocent civilians, particularly women and children, have been killed and injured, including many Thai nationals. And that is why we gave all of our votes to the Gulags and 12+ proposal. Thailand therefore urge all the parties to respect and fulfill their obligation under international humanitarian law, that the protection of the innocent life and civilian must be prioritized at all times. It is also critical that the fighting cease in order for much needed humanitarian assistance to safely and effectively reach all affected people. We appeal to all sides to continue their support to UN humanitarian agencies to carry out its mandates to access those in need, and also call for the protection of the UN aid staff as well as UN premises, hospital, and public buildings. Apart from escalating violence and worsening humanitarian situation in different parts of the world, including Ukraine, Gaza, and in our own neighborhood, Thailand has also been directly affected by the spillover effect of the situation in Myanmar. We believe that peace and stability in Myanmar must be achieved through Myanmar-led and Myanmar-owned solution. That is why we are engaging with all sides and will continue to work closely with ASEAN and the international community. Looking at the situation in Myanmar, we have seen that after the military coup on the 1st of February 2021, we have seen that more than 18 million people affected by the situation inside Myanmar. More than 3 million people have been displaced internally. More than 1 million people from Rakhine State, Rohingya, had crossed the border into Bangladesh and seek asylum there. And more than 100,000 of refugees crossed the border into Thailand. We urge for all the parties to take a close look at the situation in Myanmar. We have to stop this indiscriminate strike and also the airstrike in Myanmar. To conclude, Madam President, Thailand wishes to underline the critical importance of the multilateralism and the need of genuine dialogue to reach a mutually agreed peaceful solution to the situation in Ukraine, the Middle East, and Myanmar. Whatever the challenges may be, it is imperative that multilateral, inter-regional and regional efforts must be reinforced to sustain and strengthen international peace and security, as Thailand will do its part in our collective efforts. With the convening power, the IPU is the best position to mobilize the support from member parliaments to take the necessary step to come together and take effective decisions in finding multilateral solutions together to rebuild trust and solidarity and strengthen global governance through parliamentary diplomacy and to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Thailand. Colleagues, we are left with one intervention, and that is Russia Federation. Mr. Kosachev Konstantin will take the floor. Is it working now? Please press again the request. Hold on, hold on. Can you try now? Oh.
Oh, yes, now.
Okay,
thank you, Madam President, for your assistance. Dear colleagues, what's going on here is shameful for our union and for our assembly. Check the attendance. We are discussing some emergency item. You don't have people here. And you have just 3 contributions on your list of speakers. The item is not hot enough for the Assembly. It's not hot enough for the Union. This is my first comment. I feel sorry about that. Secondly, I believe it's a very bad manner to allow delegations to present their motions as late as 1 or 2 days in advance to the final decision. We need to change our rules of procedure and set a deadline. Let's say the motions would be presented before the assembly starts, so that a geopolitical group and national delegations have an opportunity to discuss properly the content of the motions, which is not the case now. Thirdly, we have Rule 11 of our union about the emergency items. I quote, "An emergency item must relate to a recent major situation of international concern on which urgent action by the international community is required." This is not the case. Of course, we have so many conflicts and problems in the world to be discussed at our union, but nothing of this has happened recently. So this is not in accordance to our rules of procedure, and I believe that there should be some threshold, let's say within the executive committee, for example, evaluating the accordance of the initiatives to the content of our rules of procedure. Now about this initiative. You know, so many things here are added by 12+, by countries who initiated this motion, which were never presented in this format by the Secretary General. It's much broader. It's a position on so many important issues by a certain group of countries, namely 12+. And they propose to all of us in just 30 minutes here, and then another minutes in the editorial committee to take position on that. And what they are going to achieve? They want to force us to immediately, without any further consideration, give our joint support as the union to certain positions which are moved forward by the geopolitical group 12+. We have so many other important issues which are prepared here in the union carefully within 1 year time. Proper discussions, amendments, whatsoever. And it's the only possible approach. And now suddenly we have something extremely serious to be discussed and improved here as an emergency item. It is not fair. I call this cheat. I call this cheating with the union. And I feel so much sorry about that, because this is really important and serious issues which are inside of this document. but the wording needs very proper checking. And if we are not able to do that, we should not go ahead and take it as our emergency debate. I understand perfectly well that it's too late, that the decision was taken yesterday. Imagine for a second we had some other emergency item. You would have had absolutely different appearance here. You would have had here absolutely other number of contributions for this discussion. But we are now in the arms of the geopolitical group 12+, and they want to receive this support of the whole Union on a certain document which I believe deserves much better attention than we have the possibility now. So I am absolutely sure that at least my delegation will not be able to support this document, not because we disagree with something, probably we'll be able to agree, but because we don't have time to take our position on such a serious document. It's not fair towards the Assembly and towards the Union from the 12+ group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, on the comment about the rules, colleagues, you will remember we are still working on the amendment of our statutes and rules. So you're always welcome to give your opinion about the change of rules that you have just said, and then they will be looked into. We will now hear from Finland, Madam Ann Kalmari from Finland. Please place the request, and then I will allow you to speak. Finland?
Okay. Madam, I would say, first of all, a few words of United Nations. Finland has raised up the issue of permanent representation of Latin America and Africa in the Security Council and on a top place in Asia. No state should have the right to veto. In addition, if a member of the Security Council violates the United Nations Charter, they shouldn't have the right to vote. We all see that there must be changes in United Nations, even radical. When I was young, I was afraid to wake up my father because 1 second he was ready to take a rifle and defend Finland's border. His 3 brothers died in the war, and my father got eternal traumas. The war against the Soviet Union demands an expensive ransom, but we won independence. Dear colleagues, United Nations should prevent that kind of wars nowadays, but it hasn't succeeded. It should be capable to stop that kind of wars, but it hasn't succeeded. So there must be even radical changes in United Nations work. Regarding IPU, I see we should have clear rules for advancing peace. For example, about the task force, first of all, there has to be invitation, then permit to mandate, then financing, and then reporting. That's crystal clear steps for advance to peace. I think parliamentarians should be one of the major causes, like others, within United Nations structure as well, and the role of women should be stronger. I ask you move your thoughts to Ukraine, Gaza, Israel, Nigeria, Myanmar, or, for example, your own country. The one who has a child in her arms has only one goal. That child should be able to eat his or her portion of porridge in safety, without fear, trusting that in the future the child could live in peaceful world and study world where exist peace. Dear colleagues, I think we must think about the rules, think about the effectiveness and transparency of all our organizations, so it would be more successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, the list of speakers who had requested to take the floor is exhausted. So we are now going to listen from Karen Bradley, the co-author of our motion from the United Kingdom. But she can come to the floor, I think. Karen, if you wish, you could come to the podium because you are the co-author of the motion. Okay, she's coming to the podium. While she's coming down, colleagues, I would like to remind all the geopolitical groups to submit the names of those that they would like to join the drafting committee, because before we close here, we would need those names. It will be easier for everybody. Otherwise, by 12 noon, we should have those names. But if you are able to give us those names, we will appreciate. Karen Bradley, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you, Assembly, for your support and the perhaps unusually short debate, particularly those respectful contributions on the substance of the item. Perhaps the length of the debate shows the very broad support and the largely agreed text. The UK is proud to have worked with our fellow IPU founder, France, in this, the IPU's 135th anniversary, to develop a text that you, the IPU's members, voted to be your emergency item. Tangible evidence of our mission of democracy for everyone. Here at the 149th IPU Assembly, we are reminded of the urgent challenges highlighted by the UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres. His address should be a wake-up call, urging us to confront deepening divides, widening inequalities, and crises that threaten our societies and planet. From the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East, to the climate emergency and financial struggles in developing nations, these multifaceted crises are interconnected and require our immediate attention. They disproportionately impact the most vulnerable amongst us and undermine global stability. As parliamentarians, we have a unique opportunity to legislate for social equity, environmental sustainability, and economic resilience. It is our duty to support policies that protect those most at risk and ensure that no one is left behind in these uncertain times. The UN Secretary-General rightly points out that geopolitical tensions hinder progress. We cannot afford to be gridlocked by dysfunction. We must rise above political divisions and engage in meaningful dialogue. True international cooperation requires setting aside differences to pursue shared goals. We must advocate for multilateral frameworks that foster collaboration and build trust among nations, just as the founders of the IPU did 135 years ago. We heard some excellent contributions. Thailand spoke passionately about the situation in Myanmar and Yemen. The situation in Ukraine that our friend from Ukraine spoke about exemplifies the need for international solidarity. We must support Ukraine's sovereignty while advocating for a complete Russian withdrawal to create conditions for lasting peace. This crisis affects not only Ukraine, but also global markets and international stability. Our collective response must restore peace and seek a just resolution. Similarly, the Middle East crisis demands our unified response. The escalating violence and humanitarian needs threaten countless lives. We have a moral obligation to promote peace, support diplomatic efforts for de-escalation, and ensure humanitarian aid reaches those in need. Lasting peace requires courage, collaboration, and a commitment to justice for all, including a diplomatic, long-lasting and sustainable solution which protects the future for all in the region. And let us not forget the innocent victims, children caught in conflict. We must advocate for their rights, ensuring legislation protects them from violence and exploitation. It is our duty to prioritise initiatives that allow children not just to survive, but to thrive. And this was, of course, the focus of the excellent emergency item proposed by Argentina, which we were proud to support. Restoring trust in our institutions is critical. The erosion of public confidence in democracy and international law is alarming, and Finland spoke about the role that the UN must play to address this. We must ensure transparency and accountability in our decision-making processes and engage our constituents in guiding our actions. The challenges we face are daunting, but together we have the power to forge a brighter future. Let us commit to building a coalition of the world, prioritising dialogue, cooperation and collective action. The time to act is now. Let us work together, hand in hand, for humanity as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Colleagues, I had just mentioned to you the requirements that each geopolitical group brings us 2 names in order to comply with our Rule 16 of the composition of the drafting committee, which says, and I quote, the drafting committee shall take into account equitable geographical distribution and political and gender balance. So let's have the names of those from the drafting committee. We have so far received only from GRULAC, so we are waiting the names from the other groupings. Please do that by 12 noon today. The members of the drafting committee are requested to note those who will be nominated by the geopolitical groups. They are being reminded that they will be in the meeting of the drafting committee from 2:30 to 6:30 p.m. in Salle Geneva on the annex building. So please be there. Once you're nominated at 2:30, be there, and the meeting will be up to 6:30 in that building. Now, that said, we have closed our item with those few words. We will be waiting for the names. Now that said, we will go back to our general debate. So for now, we adjourn our debate about this, and then we go to the general debate. The lists, the speakers are ready there, but I don't have their, can I have their names so that? Where is the name? Okay, so we will have our colleague from Angola who is going to chair this session, who is going to be the Vice President of the Assembly. At the same time, we are going to have this Ms. Sedefeld from Sweden, who is going to take the floor now. Please, Chair, come, and our colleague from Sweden begins. Thank you.
Madam Chair, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I will start to say that I am convinced that we parliamentarians from north to south, from west to east, wrestle with the immense potential as well as the many perils of AA. How can we enact legislation that welcomes innovation, technological advances, and progress deriving from artificial intelligence, and at the same time put in place guardrails against disinformation and mass surveillance? Please allow me to share a few lessons learned from a small country up in the north with a strong record in some of these areas. My country, Sweden, ranks among the most innovative and high-tech on the planet. I will try to give you a few reasons why this is the case. A higher education system that succeeds in bringing out creative and innovative students is key. But it's only one part of the answer. A higher education system must thrive in a context. There is no definitive analysis, but I will mention 4 more explanations. First, strong institutional and stable macroeconomic conditions provide an important foundation for people's and companies' willingness to invest in knowledge and in their ideas. Second, a long history of equal and high-quality education for all. A well-educated population will access to good social and public service like healthcare, pension systems, social welfare. Thirdly, significant public investment in IT and knowledge infrastructure overall. Fourth, an open economy with well-functioning markets and market economy. Sweden is a country with a small domestic market and with extensive trade with the world around us. We have been open to international trade for not only decades, for centuries. And this has been foundations of our economy and will be so even more in the future. What I just said is true, but does not mean that Sweden lacks of challenges. Artificial intelligence is now the most challenged thing for us as it's new. Few, even if one, can predict what impact AI will be on our societies in 5 or 10 years, not even today when we have the meeting here today. Despite all these confusions, I believe it is safe to say that the potential impact of AI can have on all of us cannot be underestimated. AI has the potential of being a revolution. New jobs will be created, all jobs will disappear. The productivity and the development of our economies can be huge if we manage to take the control over AI and lead it in the right direction. And to do so, I believe that we as legislators, we have to use the tools that we can use to communicate, but also to make legislations. And I would say that we have to face and recognize in a lot of things, but here I would like to give you one concrete example. The tool could be the most effective for the police in search of suspects. And I don't mind if new technology is used to prevent crime or apprehend criminals. But what if the same technology is used by totalitarian regimes to track down on political opponents? Or if it's used to suppress free speech, access to internet, or freedom of movement for some groups, or on the civil society as a whole? AA is a double-edged sword. It can be used for both good and evil. But it must be in our mission as members of parliament to make sure that we create a framework where artificial intelligence is protected and not misused for shady or undemocratic purposes. For this reason, an international standard where we all can agree on what AA can be used for and not used for is of really high importance. And I think that IPU is the right format to work further on this. But I would like to use my last seconds here, Madam Chair, to mention a few things. In IPU, we have Russia as an aggressor country who are attacking a member country, Ukraine. And in my belief, it's important that our activity forward goes on in a transparent way, and where there is the support that the President needs to act in the transparent way, and there need to be procedures how this communication between the aggressor and Ukraine can be fulfilled to work for peace, stability, and unity inside IPU and its member countries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigado, muito bom dia. Vão agora ter que me ouvir em português, portanto, vamos ter que usar os auscultadores. Tem a seguir a palavra o Sr. Bakovic, da Eslovénia.
Distinguished Madam Chair, dear colleagues, at a time when we are coping with climate change, economic challenges, and the global uncertainty, it is clear that the solution of this complex issue relies on our ability to collaborate and effectively harness science, technology, and innovation. Although often overlooked, this segment of society is crucial in shaping the society of the future. I am therefore very pleased that the topic has been placed at the focus of this IPU assembly. Scientific research is essential as it enhances our understanding of natural processes and the impact of human activities on the environment, leading to the development of sustainable solutions. Technological advancements enable use to manage natural resources more efficiently and improve agriculture practices, contributing to food security and the preservation of ecosystems. Innovation also plays a critical role in promoting peace and security, a contribution that becomes even more valuable in an increasingly unstable world. Advancements in communication technologies, for instance, facilitate in the effective exchange of information and cooperation among scientists, policymakers, and civil society, accelerating the search of solutions to the global changes. By integrating science, technology, and innovations, we can build a more just, sustainable, and peaceful world for future generations. Slovenia places significant emphasis on technological progress. In 2022, we adopted the Slovenian Research and Innovation Strategy 2030, which outlines key priorities of development. Our focus in research and innovation is thus on promoting sustainable development in line with the 2030 Agenda, with particular attention to green and digital transformations. In this regard, we prioritize research and areas such as the environment, agriculture, and food, digital transformation of the economy and society, and the improvement of quality of life and health. We are also committed to the sustainable management of energy, food, and water resources, and to transitioning to a circular economy. To this end, we will invest 3.2 billion euros by 2027. To support the above objectives, Slovenia has already implemented target measures such as supporting innovation cluster to enhance collaboration among research organizations, educational institutions, and businesses, and funding 2 centers of excellence. In terms of international projects, I would like to highlight programs like Eurostars, Eureka, and the EIC Accelerator. These initiatives provide a financial support for research and innovation projects and encourage businesses to invest in these areas. Ladies and gentlemen, the path to a peaceful and sustainable future depends on our ability to turn knowledge into action. We must harness the power of science, place technology at the services of humanity, and foster innovation that benefits all. Parliamentarians play a crucial role in this endeavor, and I fully support debate about that, which I believe represents a significant step forward in our collective efforts. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Tem agora a palavra o Sr. Burokien, da Lituânia. Senhora, desculpe.
Madam Chair, colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here today with you. I'm glad to be able to address this important and relevant matter. Today, we are living in the age of science and new technologies and innovation. On a daily basis, we are needfully confronted with the use of artificial intelligence. However, one must recognize that the current changes are far from being merely technological. They are associated with social economic transformation and strategic reforms in key areas of public life and governance. The Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania has been increasingly acknowledging the transformative potential of artificial intelligence to enhance efficiency, effectiveness, and productivity across the fields of its operation. However, the transition from recognizing this potential to fully implementing artificial intelligence solutions is a complex process that presents both technical and ethical challenges. In the course of this process, the Office of our Parliament has adopted a cautious experimental approach. It has been exploiting artificial intelligence tools as prototypes in order to evaluate their practical accessibility before committing to full-scale deployment. Furthermore, the same follows closely a global process in parliamentary activities and has identified some potential in the following areas: enhancing legislative drafting and analysis, artificial intelligence tools and procedural guides for seamless session management, enhancing transparency and civic engagement, unlocking historical archives, boosting security and cybersecurity, operational efficiency, and resource management. Nevertheless, scientific progress, new technologies, and innovation go beyond national borders. We're witnessing disruptive efforts undertaken by destructive actors engaged in foreign information manipulation and interference, which continue to create a parallel reality of lies and sow chaos and distress, spread destructive influence worldwide, and interfere in our democratic processes. Hostile actors employed rapidly advancing artificial intelligence and other hybrid tools to build on existing information manipulation strategies and spread their lies, especially on social media platforms. This can be seen to translate into practice in Russia's war against Ukraine. Lithuania and other European countries have also been targets of such hybrid operation. Lithuania remains unquestionable in its position. The perpetrators should be clearly identified. Lithuania takes a comprehensive whole-of-society approach to monitoring, analyzing, and countering disinformation, involving not only state institutions, but also NGO, media, and business. Let these more challenge to discuss. Artificial intelligence has the potential to fundamentally transform defense system, enabled faster and more accurate identification of threats and more efficient use of available resources. Artificial intelligence can significantly enhance a country's military capabilities. Today, in the context of Russian war against Ukraine, and the crisis in the Middle East, we need to be particularly responsible in accessing the capabilities and limitations of new technologies. We parliamentarians must ensure that science, new technologies, and innovation do not become another challenge to global peace and security. Enhancing global peace and security through a rule-based multilateral framework is crucial for maintaining stability and preventing further destabilization. Therefore, we are prepared for the future that lies ahead of us. We have to recognize now the urgent need to reform multilateralism to make it effective in addressing today's global realities, including threats posed by authoritarian regimes. Dėkoju už dėmesį. Thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigada. Tem agora a palavra o Sr. Mulembo, de Moçambique.
Respeitada e estimada Presidente desta sessão, senhoras e senhores, é para mim uma grande honra e privilégio juntar-me a Vossas Excelências para juntos explorarmos este tema da 149ª Assembleia da União Inter-Parlamentar, que é aproveitar a ciência, a tecnologia e a inovação para um futuro mais pacífico e sustentável, tema que julgo ser de grande importância no nosso forte e comum desiderato da paz que tanto almejamos. A previsibilidade é um dos motivos-chave do prestígio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação nas nossas sociedades contemporâneas. O estabelecimento do método científico proporcionou às ciências a capacidade de prever os fenómenos, de estudar o seu desenvolvimento, assim como de administrar o meio ambiente em que o homem vive. Apesar de o futuro da humanidade estar vinculado ao progresso da ciência e tecnologia, não se sabe como os avanços científicos e tecnológicos serão utilizados em seu próprio benefício, na medida em que podem ser ou positivos, criativos e inovadores, bem como negativos ou destruidores. Reconhece-se, assim, que a técnica tomada em si mesma é ambivalente. Excelências, no contexto atual, as respostas às questões sociais, económicas, ambientais e outras, até mesmo a paz, partem do horizonte técnico-científico. Absolutizar a ciência, a técnica é confundir os fins e os meios. Se a tecnologia trouxe avanços na área da comunicação social, é igualmente verdade que gerou problemas para a bioética, a qual deve refletir sobre as questões do absolutismo técnico e a responsabilidade moral do ser humano. Eis o conceito que nos leva à hegemonia. Portanto, técnica no seu conjunto é como aqueles que sempre esconde o calcanhar, uma vez que pode ser ferida mortalmente pela impossibilidade de responder aos desafios da ordem existencial do homem, bem como a todos os problemas que ele mesmo se impõe no decorrer da sua aplicabilidade. A positividade da técnica, quando bem orientada, em relação ao dado antropológico, está em contribuir à própria humanização do ser humano e melhorar a sua qualidade de vida. Vejam-se as maravilhas operadas pela constante inovação da ciência e tecnologia, por exemplo, nos campos de saúde, longevidade do homem, a agricultura, pecuária, pescas, indústria, meio ambiente, encurtamento das distâncias versus transportes, exploração espacial, etc., etc., etc. Senhoras e senhores, o que atrás partilhei convosco conduz-me necessariamente ao recurso a que alguma vez Protágoras e Napoleão disseram. Aquele dissera, o homem é a medida de todas as coisas. No entanto, Napoleão sentenciou, a política é o destino. Hoje, podemos dizer que a ciência é o destino. Na verdade, as coisas mudam a velocidades astronômicas. No passado muito recente, estávamos empolgados com as TICs, tecnologias de informação e comunicação. Hoje, A CTI, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, mais a inteligência artificial, atraem-nos a todos nós, sobretudo os que têm o domínio da ciência e tecnologia. Para que ninguém fique à margem destes progressos, as sociedades como a minha, de um país pobre em vias de desenvolvimento, devem saber investir na educação, formação e capacitação. A este propósito, dizia um notável português, um povo culto sabe defender-se. Excelências, a evolução das tecnologias exige que os nossos governos aprimorem de forma contínua a legislação sobre a matéria, de forma que as mesmas sejam dinamizadoras do processo de desenvolvimento socioeconômico inclusivo. Na nossa qualidade de legisladores, é nosso papel fiscalizar a implementação destas leis. Neste exercício, é importante não canonizar, nem demonizar, de modo a evitar tanto a tecnofilia quanto a tecnofobia. Moçambique, meu país, aprovou muito recentemente uma nova política de ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Excelências, concluindo, apenas uma rótula ou um comentário a propósito do triste episódio ocorrido anteontem na sessão do Conselho Diretivo. Assim, uma palavra de apreço, admiração e encorajamento à nossa Presidente Túlia Ackson. Respeitada e querida irmã, para ti vão 2 lembretes. Primeiro, quanto maior é a nau, maior é a tormenta. Segundo, só arremessam pedras a uma árvore que dá bons frutos. O nosso incondicional apoio e a nossa fraterna e amiga solidariedade. Que Deus te abençoe e te fortaleça. Muito obrigado pela atenção prestada.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra o Sr. Bala, da Hungria. E segue-se o Sr. Hadid, da Palestina.
Madam President, dear colleagues, the world today is undergoing unprecedented technological development, and it's a huge challenge for mankind to keep us with the unique pace of development. Artificial intelligence is defended by some and criticized by others, but everyone is talking about it. It raises hopes that concerns not only in the European Union, but also globally. In Hungary, there is no specific legislation on artificial intelligence, and the primary reason is that in the March 2024, the European Parliament adopted the Artificial Intelligence Act, the European Union's first comprehensive global regulation on artificial intelligence. In recent decades, the importance of research, development and innovation has increased in Hungary, as it has a huge impact on the competitiveness of the economy and on socio-economic development. Every year, Hungary spends more on research, development and innovation. In nominal terms, funding tripled in the past 10 years. Key measures of Hungary have included the renewal of higher education institutions and the strengthening of technology transfer, with the goal to establish an increasing number of the technology companies and or universities. We are proud that Hungary's scientific, technological and innovation achievements are also understanding in the global context. Hungary is currently ranked 33rd in the 2023 Global Innovation Index. We Hungarians are understandably proud of the high number of all Nobel Prize winners and the proven global value Hungarian intellectual capital. As an outstanding example of the international recognition of the Hungarian science, in 2023, research biologist Katalin Karikó was awarded the Nobel Prize for the medicine for her work in the scientific foundation of the mRNA vaccines. She is the 60th Hungarian Nobel laureate and first Hungarian woman to receive the prestigious award. At the same time, Ferenc Krausz was awarded the Nobel Prize in the Physics for the foundation of attosecond physics. At the same time, Ferenc Krausz was awarded the Nobel Prize in the Physics for the foundation of attosecond physics. In July 2024, Boton Droschka, director of the Institute of the Molecular and Clinical Ophthalmology in Basel and co-founder of the Brain Vision Center in Budapest, was awarded the Wolf Prize for Medicine for his significant research achievement in restoring sight to blind people using optogenetic means. The Hungarian government is committed to its strategy supporting science, technology and innovation and places especially focus on the potential of international cooperation in these fields. Our strategic goals is the internationalization of Hungarian research and innovation ecosystem. Honorable MPs, national parliaments cannot simply stand by and watch the change taking place around us, as technical progress will suddenly grow beyond any regulatory framework. Immediate action and also essential because the changes present may potential dangers and risks, and governments need to respond in time, ensure we do not lose our ability to adapt. Such risks include technological inequality, misinformation, and the spreading of false information, which undermine public trust in government institutions and pose dangerous risks to public safety. The malignant use for technology undermines human rights, and the governments must prove a safe, non-discriminatory, and evidence-based environment for all. This includes a safe-only space to eliminate the possibility of online harassment and the cyber attacks, and particularly gender-based one. And we need to pay more attention to how we affect the marginalized and vulnerable groups. And it's very important that beside the digital development, we can preserve our traditions and national identity. We are worried that we need to work together to ensure that the emerging digital revolution mostly produces winners and not losers of our planet. As lawmakers in our national parliaments, we must work together through the excellent multilateral platform by the IPU to minimize the technological divide and create a level playing field for voters and all inhabitants of the earth. Thank you for your kind attention.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra o Sr. Adid da Palestina e a seguir o Sr. Jebali do Egito.
السيدات والسادة، عام كامل من التهجير والتشريد والقتل والدمار، عام ليس كغيره من الأعوام مر على شعبي ووطني، عام كل دقيقة فيه أسوأ من سابقتها، عام تملأه مشاهد الموت ورائحة الدمار والدماء، عام شاهد على غياب الضمير وصم الآذان وإعماء العيون وإدارة الظهر من المجتمع الدولي، عام كامل والملايين من أبناء شعبي يذوقون الموت الزؤام والتشريد والتهجير بلا مأوى يأويهم أو طعام يسد جوع أطفالهم، ليس لذنب اقترفوه إلا لأنهم فلسطينيون. فقد أطلق رعاة الديمقراطية المزعومة يد القتلة في إسرائيل ليعيثوا في بلادي خرابا وقتلا وحرقا، ومنحه الآخرون الموافقة الضمنية بصمتهم. قبل عام وقفنا أمامكم في لوندا ونشدناكم التدخل العاجل لوقف الجنون الإسرائيلي حين كان عدد الضحايا لا يتجاوز بضعة آلاف من الشهداء والجرحى. واليوم نقف أمامكم وقد فاق عدد الضحايا 40,000 شهيد و100,000 جريح والملايين من النازحين عن بيوتهم. وهؤلاء أيتها السيدات والسادة ليسوا مجرد أرقام نذكرها، فلكل واحد منهم كينونته وعائلته التي تحبه وحلم جميل لم يتحقق. ولا زال كيان الاحتلال يمارس أبشع الجرائم ويتلذذ بمنظر الدم والخراب، وها هو اليوم يوسع عدوانه ليطال لبنان، ولا نعرف من سيطاله العدوان غدا. وللأسف لا زال البعض يجادل في تسمية وتوصيف ما يحدث. إن ما يحدث هو إبادة جماعية بمعنى الكلمة. إنها إبادة جماعية بمعنى الكلمة، أي دفاع عن النفس تدعيه إسرائيل حين قتلت أكثر من 16,000 طفل وأكثر من 11,000 امرأة فلسطينية دون أن يهتز لها جفن. ما هو تعريف الإرهاب أيها السادة إن لم يكن هذا إرهاباً؟ وما هو تعريف جرائم الحرب إذا لم تكن هذه جرائم حرب؟ ماذا يصنف الاعتداء على الأسرى العزل في سجونهم؟ ليس فقط بالضرب والتجويع والحرمان من أبسط الحقوق، بل بالاغتصاب. نعم، أعيدها مرات ومرات، إنهم يموتون اغتصاباً. إن وحوش شرطة إسرائيل وبتعليمات من الوزير الفاشي بن غفير يغتصبون أسرانا بالهروات حتى الموت. هل هذا هو الدفاع عن النفس؟ أجيبوني بربكم، أي ديمقراطية تمثلها هذه الحكومة الفاشية والتي يتعاطف معها ويدافع معها البعض منكم؟ السيدات والسادة، واهم من يعتقد أن الحق يسقط بتزوير الحقائق، وواهم من يعتقد أنه سيبقى الأقوى إلى الأبد. إن القوة الحقيقية ليست بصناعة الحروب أو الانتصار بها، بل القوة لمن يستطيع إحلال السلام. وواهم من يعتقد أنه يمكنه إخضاع شعب لم يعرف الاستكانة أبداً لأي احتلال. راجعوا التاريخ جيداً لتعرفوا أن الشعوب المقهورة ومهما طالت معاناتها قد أشرقت عليها شمس الحرية وتبدد الظلم عنها. وما الجزائر إلا مثال حي وقدوة لكل شعوب العالم الطواقة إلى الحرية. وأنا أقول لكم أن شمس الحرية ستشرق على فلسطين وشعبها حتماً، وأن أشد ساعات الظلام هي الساعات التي تسبق بزوغ الفجر. ندرك تماماً أن درب النضال من أجل انتزاع الحرية قاس وطويل، لكننا نؤكد لكم أن أنفاسنا في النضال أطول وإرادتنا وعزيمتنا أقوى من أن تكسرها يد المجرمين. شكراً لحسن استماعكم.
Tem agora a palavra a senhora Moralska, da Polónia. Desculpe. Sorry. E a seguir o senhor Gebali, do Egito.
Madam President, dear colleagues, Technological progress is undoubtedly the flywheel of the 21st century economy. It has prompted the emergence of new industries and new services that would have been hard to imagine just a decade ago. New technological advancements can also play a significant role in addressing climate change and natural disasters, which are becoming more severe and occurring with greater frequency. This is evidenced by recent events in Europe, which is simultaneously experiences flooding and wildfires. Poland, the Czech Republic, Austria, Slovenia, Slovakia, and Hungary have faced catastrophic floods, while Portugal is battling unprecedented forest fires. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, rapid climate change is transforming poverty into misery, facing people to migrate on a large scale. This phenomenon of mass migration destabilizes the political situation in migrant destination countries. We must maximize the benefits of technological progress and artificial intelligence while minimizing potential harm. New technological solutions are already causing serious disruptions on the job market. They are caused by enterprises of the new economy, which are spectacularly successful as market disruptions, generating substantial profits for a small group of shareholders. However, this success frequently comes at the expense of old economy businesses, leading to job losses and contributing to the emergence of certain social challenges. The benefits of the new technologies are also rarely accessible to rural residents and society with disadvantaged groups. Another concern is the use of technology as a tool for manipulating and controlling public opinion. This primarily refers to advanced artificial intelligence tools, which are now capable of cloning human voices and generating hyper-realistic images, videos, and sounds within seconds. The use of these manipulated messages, known as deepfakes, poses a threat across various fields, including the fact that it undermines the integrity of democratic elections and, by extension, democracy itself. Disinformation is a troubling example of how technological progresses can sometimes hinder, rather than contribute to, the creation of a better and more peaceful future. It's driving growing social and political polarization worldwide, dehumanizing opponents and undermining the cooperation between parties that is essential for a stable democracy. Therefore, decisive action is needed to combat disinformation, including that amplified by artificial intelligence. We should combat deepfakes, including through legal measures. It's already being done in some countries. All of the above highlights the need to place democratic values at the heart of the technological transformation that we are witnessing and to ensure the preservation of social justice. It's necessary to harness the development of new technology and put them on the right track. Politicians have the tools to support technologies and solutions that will serve the global good. New technologies should be accessible to everyone, regardless of age, gender, origins, or financial position. In light of the concerns surrounding artificial intelligence, its rapid development, it is essential to establish universal ethical guidelines for AI to ensure the respect for human rights and civil liberties, drawing from regulation which already exists in some countries. Parliaments have a vital role in leveraging science, technology, and innovation to create a more peaceful and sustainable future. This is because some technologies, such as artificial intelligence, are entering a market where there is a legislative vacuum. The same applied to the development of drones, the internet, and social media. new solutions often greatly outspace legislation, resulting in regulation that, when they do emerge, merely legitimize an already established market situation. This benefits the companies driving the innovations, sometimes at the expense of citizens. Therefore, parliaments must closely monitor the development of new technologies to effectively address the challenges. We must be proactive, not reactive. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra o Sr. Gelabi do Egito, a quem peço desculpas, e a seguir terá a palavra o Sr. Smith da Nova Zelândia.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة رؤساء البرلمانات ورؤساء الوفود البرلمانية، السيدات والسادة الحضور، يسعدني في مستهل كلمتي أن أعرب عن اعتزازي بوجودي بينكم وبتجدد انعقاد اجتماعات اتحادنا الموقر، والذي مثل عبر التاريخ محفلا برلمانيا عريقا ومرموقا لتبادل الآراء وتعزيز التشاور البرلماني العالمي. الحضور الكريم، لعلكم تتفقون معي أن الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي قد دأب منذ نشأته كأقدم منظمة عالمية على التصدي لكافة التحديات العالمية التي واجهها عالمنا، بل وحرص كل الحرص على القيام بدوره في تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين ونشر قيم الحوار والديمقراطية، فضلا عن تعزيز التشاور البرلماني العالمي لنقل شواغل شعوبنا الملحة. ونحن في الشعبة البرلمانية المصرية، والتي تحتفل هذا العام بالذكرى المئوية لانضمامها إلى الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، شاهدة على جهود دؤوبة وأيادي بيضاء لمنظماتنا المرموقة في التعاطي الجاد مع القضايا العالمية والتصدي بشجاعة لها. وفي هذا الإطار فإن البرلمان المصري يجدد العهد الذي قطعه على نفسه حين انضم إلى هذا الاتحاد منذ 100 عام، بالاستمرار في القيام بدوره الريادي عبر الإسهام في تعزيز آليات الحوار البرلماني العالمي الجاد، كما تحرص الشعبة البرلمانية المصرية على الاحتفاء بتلك الذكرى التي تثبت عراقة الحياة البرلمانية المصرية والدبلوماسية البرلمانية المصرية في شقها متعدد الأطراف، وذلك بالتنسيق مع الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. وسنظل في البرلمان المصري على العهد، وكما كنا في الماضي حاملين للواء استقلال شعوبنا العربية والأفريقية الشقيقة، فإننا سنستمر في أداء تلك الأمانة التي حملنا بها تجاه القضايا العربية والأفريقية، وفي مقدمتها القضية الفلسطينية، سعيا لإقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة المنشودة على حدود 4 يونيو عام 67 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية، وتحقيق التنمية الشاملة والمستدامة وإرساء الأمن والاستقرار في كافة ربوع المنطقة العربية والقارة الإفريقية. الزميلات العزيزات والزملاء الأعزاء، لا يخفى على حضراتكم الدور المحوري الذي تؤديه العلوم في تعزيز التراكم الحضاري العالمي، فلا اكتمال للجهود التنموية الشاملة والمستدامة بدون العلم، بالنظر إلى كونه عصب الحضارة الإنسانية التي ارتكزت عليه عبر التاريخ الإنساني. وفي هذا الإطار فإنني أشيد باهتمام الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي بهذه القضية وإنشائه مجموعة العمل حول العلم والتكنولوجيا، والتي أعدت مشروعا لميثاق أخلاقيات العلوم والتكنولوجيا يضمن تطبيق العلوم والتكنولوجيا بطريقة مسؤولة
أخلاقيا ومستدامة بما يكفل المساهمة في توجيه دفة العلوم لما فيه صالح الإنسانية جمعاء، وهو ما يثبت ريادة اتحادنا الموقر في هذا المجال المهم للغاية. كما ينبغي علينا جميعا كبرلمانيين توجيه دولنا نحو إيلاء أهمية خاصة لتعزيز التعاون العلمي الدولي. وفي سياق موازي تولي مصر أهمية خاصة للبحث العلمي والعلوم والابتكار، فقد أفردت لها محورا كاملا في الخطة التنموية المصرية رؤية مصر 2030، وقد ارتكزت هذه الرؤية في هذا الإطار على توفير كافة العوامل اللازمة لتحويل المعرفة والابتكار والبحث العلمي إلى منتج يلبي الاحتياجات التنموية للدولة المصرية من خلال تهيئة البيئة المحفزة المتعلقة بالتشريعات والسياسات الاستثمارية والتسهيلات التمويلية وتطوير البنى الأساسية، فضلا عن إنشاء وتطوير نظام وطني متكامل للابتكار قادر على تحويل المعرفة إلى قيمة تنموية. السيدات والسادة الحضور، وأمام تلك الأخطار الوجودية المحدقة بنا التي نجابهها جميعا، لا مفر لنا من تكريس مبدأ المسؤولية الإنسانية المشتركة في مواجهة تلك التحديات، ولن يحدث ذلك إلا عبر تعزيز المعرفة كحقوق مشتركة للإنسانية وإتاحة جميع السبل العلمية بكل شفافية من أجل مواجهة علمية لتلك التحديات وحوكمة استخدام العلوم لتجنب الاستخدام الخاطئ والمضر لها بما يكفل لشعوبنا بيئة آمنة مزدهرة. وفي الختام أشكركم على المتابعة وحسن الاستماع.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Gebali. Tem agora a palavra o Sr. Smith, da Nova Zelândia, e a seguir a Sra. Codina, de Andorra.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Smith and I'm the Member of Parliament for Kaikoura, which is in the top of the South Island of New Zealand. Legislators possess the capacity to effect meaningful change. We can cultivate an environment conducive to peace and security through strengthening regional stability, promoting awareness of international commitments, meticulously examining proposed laws, and denouncing breaches of global statutes. New Zealand occupies a unique position as a prominent regional influencer in the Pacific, with a robust democratic system. Our commitment to constructing pathways to peace is deeply woven into our national identity. Science and technology are the enablers of better lives, reducing mundane tasks that our ancestors had to undertake just to survive. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is reshaping our world. Parliamentarians need to make the most of this opportunity to ensure it is used for the benefit of all citizens. How well we do this will determine our future. As noted in the recent UK growth study, demand for electricity will continue to rise as households switch to electric vehicles, heat pumps, along with the growth in energy-hungry data centres. To meet this need requires more reliable, affordable electricity generation. In New Zealand, we are blessed with renewable energy sources including hydro, geothermal, wind and solar, which generates up to 85% of our electricity. Our vibrant market-driven electricity sector is free from government subsidies. As the market builds more wind and solar generation capacity, it drives the need for additional reliable backup system for when the wind isn't blowing or the sun isn't shining. Natural gas will fill that role and enable New Zealand to be a part of the AI revolution. To meet this challenge requires reforms to planning laws to enable the growth in energy infrastructure to realise the economic growth and development opportunity. The energy security of countries is now intrinsically linked to economic performance, technological advancements, and security and social development. Legislators can and should drive this meaningful change by embracing the AI revolution. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra a senhora Codina, de Andorra.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, permettez-moi de partager l'expérience de l'Andorre en matière de transformation numérique. La technologie peut servir le bien commun et en 2020, le gouvernement de l'Andorre a adopté une stratégie nationale de transformation numérique pour 2020-2030. Avec des objectifs spécifiques en matière de numération, parmi lesquels incorporer la technologie dans la vie quotidienne des citoyens tout en garantissant le respect des valeurs et des droits fondamentaux. Afin d'assurer que les avantages de la technologie bénéficient à tous les membres de la société, notamment aux femmes, aux jeunes et aux groupes vulnérables, nous avons lancé des programmes de formation aux compétences numériques. Par ailleurs, en attendant l'accès à l'Internet universel, nous réduisons activement la fracture numérique et facilitons l'inclusion numérique pour tout, indépendamment de son origine socio-économique. Nous avons également mis en place des cadres de protection des données et de la vie privée. Cela est essentiel pour anticiper les répercussions à long terme des décisions prises en matière de technologie, en particulier en ce qui concerne l'intelligence artificielle. Pour cela, l'Andorre a signé la Convention du Conseil de l'Europe sur l'intelligence artificielle et travaille à la création d'un cadre éthique national pour l'utilisation responsable des technologies. De plus, nous avons mis en place des mécanismes de collaboration entre le secteur public et le secteur privé, tout en travaillant en partenariat avec des autres pays. Le futur forum des services digitaux que nous organiserons l'année prochaine servira de plateforme pour renforcer la coopération régionale et faciliter l'échange entre les parlements, gouvernements, sociétés civiles, communautés scientifiques et secteur privé. Enfin, pour trouver un équilibre entre l'émergence rapide de l'intelligence artificielle et les impératifs de réglementation, nous développons des politiques flexibles et adaptatives. Également, le gouvernement d'Andorre a approuvé un code déontologie sur l'intelligence artificielle qui propose des recommandations claires au secteur public et privé et au grand public. Ce code vise à encadrer l'usage de l'IA de manière responsable en assurant que cette technologie est employée de façon transparente, équitable et respectueuse des droits fondamentaux. Nous croyons fermement que les avancées en IA doivent être accompagnées de mesures de prévention solides contre la discrimination, la violence et la désinformation. Les prochaines années seront primordiales pour déterminer comment la technologie numérique peut jouer un rôle positif dans nos sociétés. C'est très important de promouvoir des chartes éthiques sur l'utilisation de la technologie à niveau national et international. Ces chartes aident à établir des normes partagées et à renforcer la confiance entre citoyens, gouvernements et entreprises, permettant ainsi d'assurer que les avancées technologiques sont en accord avec les valeurs de notre société. Nous croyons que la transformation numérique peut être un puissant moteur de progrès et peut être utile pour construire un avenir plus harmonieux pour tous. Merci beaucoup.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra o Sr. Sobel, do Reino Unido, e a seguir o Sr. Egira, de Marrocos.
I'm Alex Sobel. I'm the delegation leader for the United Kingdom delegation to this IPU Assembly. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment in history, one marked by rapid advancements in science, technology, and innovation. These forces are not only reshaping our societies, but also the very roles we, as parliamentarians, play in the political landscape. As we navigate this new terrain, it's essential to understand how STI impacts our responsibilities and the steps we must take globally to address these challenges effectively. The opening of my speech I just gave was not written by me or by any human writer, but by AI. The advances of science present both a challenge and opportunity for parliaments, as my opening showed. We face so many issues in this space. In the United Kingdom, we have in the last Parliament established a government department for science, innovation, technology, and a corresponding select committee. First and foremost, science and technology have fundamentally changed the nature of decision-making in governance. In an age where information is abundant, our ability to analyse data and make informed decisions is paramount. Today we have access to sophisticated data analytics, research findings, and expert opinions that inform our policies. This allows us to craft legislation that is not only responsive, but also grounded in solid evidence. For instance, consider the ongoing discussions around climate change. The scientific consensus is clear, yet translating this into effective legislation requires understanding both science and the socio-economic factors at play. As parliamentarians, we must educate ourselves on these complexities to create policies that address the urgent needs of our environment while considering economic impacts on our communities. In the UK, our Department for Science, Innovation and Technology have 5 priorities. These are AI, engineering, biology, future telecommunications, semiconductors, and quantum technologies. The first stored program computer was invented at the University of Manchester in the UK. And Rosalind Franklin, James Watson, and Francis Crick discovered the structure of DNA, and Jocelyn Bell Burnell discovered the pulsar, both at the University of Cambridge. And in my own constituency, Bragg discovered the structure of crystals at the University of Leeds. On a more frivolous level, Faraday discovered carbonated water, making all the fizzy drinks that you now enjoy. The UK has a proud history of science and technological discovery, but we as nations face challenges, multiple challenges where science and technology form part of the solution, whether climate change, pandemics, global hunger, or education. The IPU is already making great strides in multilateral work on these issues, whether Parliamentarians for the Planet and the Climate Education Advisory Committee, or the work this Assembly has done on regulating AI and ensuring we have global standards, which was how we developed and have harnessed the internet through the use of global protocols, which will now be far more important with AI. AI is used not just in the business and public sphere, but is increasingly used in different aspects of defence, especially making weapons autonomous. As in previous generations, we have tried to regulate conflict, such as the Geneva Conventions or the Chemical Weapons Convention. The fast pace of progress of machine learning means that some of our conventions of human responsibility become moribund as autonomous systems take responsibility not just for targeting, but for hitting the kill switch. The AI singularity may emerge in combat first, leaving both the question of responsibility and that of the protection of human life beyond both legislators and regulation. Never mind the implications on human rights abuses. The 148th Assembly did groundbreaking work, and we should restate the call for a ban on fully autonomous weapons, regulation, education on this emerging danger for humanity. However, as we all know, the internet revolutionized our lives, but also came with challenges. The prevalence of misinformation, disinformation online can undermine public trust in our institutions. As parliamentarians, we must not only use these tools to communicate effectively, but also work to combat misinformation, ensuring that our constituents receive accurate information. We must legislate to ensure that information is fact-checked and that people are safe from harms online. We have passed legislation in the UK, which will be enacted next year, but is already looking like it needs to be updated due to technological advances. Biotechnology is an area where we have had regulation since the 1980s, with development of genetically modified plants. But now new novel foods such as cultured meat or precision fermentation require new regulation. These foods also provide a great opportunity to end world hunger, but we need a regulatory regime which means they can be safely developed, eaten and exported. Parliamentary oversight, cooperation and ensuring governments are delivering the correct regulatory regime for the welfare of people in society is absolutely paramount, and our role as parliamentarians is to ensure that our governments put people first ahead of any dangers technology may present. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra o Sr. Egira do Marrocos e a seguir o Sr. Osh do Camboja.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدة الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة الرؤساء ورؤساء الوفود، السيد الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، أيها الحضور الكرام. باسم برلمان المملكة المغربية أحييكم جميعا كل باسمه وصفته ووضعه الاعتباري، وأتمنى لأشغال هذه الدورة الجديدة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي كامل النجاح، وبالخصوص أن تسهم بدورها في التراكم التاريخي لهذه المؤسسة الكونية الموقرة التي جعلنا منها شاهدا حيا على تطور الفكرة الديمقراطية في العالم رغم تعدد التجارب واختلاف الخصوصيات الثقافية والاجتماعية والأنساق السياسية. لا شك أن حوارنا اليوم حول موضوع العلم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار من أجل مستقبل أكثر سلما وازدهارا، وتفكيرنا الجماعي في مستقبل أكثر سلما ورفاهية، إنما يندرجان في مسار انشغال البرلمانيين بالقضايا الحيوية الراهنة ذات الصلة بالمشروع الديمقراطي. ولعل استعادتنا لمواضيع الدورات السابقة ونقاشاتنا حولها يبرز مدى التراكم النوعي على مستوى إنتاج الأفكار ومراكمة الرؤى والقيم الجديدة التي من شأنها بناء مستقبل إنساني يستجيب لتطلعات البشرية. لن نختلف حول قيم العلم والتقنيات الحديثة في تطور البشرية وتسارع إيقاع حياتنا وفي الاستجابة لحاجيات الإنسان ومتطلباته الملحة في الاستقرار والعيش الكريم. لقد بات من المتعذر اليوم أن نتخيل حياتنا المعاصرة بدون مكاسب العلوم والتكنولوجيات. في المملكة المغربية وبتوجيهات من جلالة الملك محمد الثالث حفظه الله يحظى هذا المجال بعناية خاصة، وهناك قطاع حكومي خاص بالانتقال الرقمي، بالإضافة إلى المركز الدولي الذي يعنى بالذكاء الاصطناعي. صحيح أن المعرفة العلمية أتاحت للإنسانية إمكانيات تطور تكنولوجي هائل سيطرت بها على مشكلاتها المختلفة وساعدتها على اتخاذ القرارات العقلانية المنظمة والمؤسسة على المعطيات العلمية الدقيقة، ولكن الفجوة العلمية والتكنولوجيا ما زالت تلقي بثقلها على البلدان الأقل نمواً. هناك وثبات كبرى في الأبحاث العلمية لا تصل منجزاتها ونتائجها إلى جميع مناطق العالم. إن التقدم الهائل في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي والروبوتات والتقنيات الحيوية والتعلمات الآلية والإنترنت لم يصل حتى الآن إلى مختلف الشعوب. فبينما تحلق بلدان في النجوم ما زالت بلدان أخرى لم تصلها بالملموس فوائد التقدم العلمي والتكنولوجي. السيدة الرئيسة، حضرات السيدات والسادة، عندما نفكر في أهداف التنمية المستدامة والخطة الأممية عام 2030 علينا أن نفكر أيضا في المخاطر التي نتجت أو ستنتج لاحقا عن هذه الفوارق الماثلة اليوم أمام أعيننا جميعا، وفي أن بلدانا عديدة لم تتمكن من تحقيق هذه الخطة الأممية ولن تكون في الموعد، وهو ما يتطلب من المجتمع الدولي المبادرة إلى تصحيح الاختلالات وتوفير الحد الأدنى من التأهيل والتدريب اللازم لكي يتاح لجميع البلدان الانتفاع من المنجز العلمي والتكنولوجي، وكذا إيجاد الصيغ الملائمة لتفادي هجرة العقول والمهارات من بلدانها ذات الحاجة. بالموازاة مع ذلك نعيش أقصى درجات الهيجان العلمي سواء على مستوى الصناعات التي تهدد السلم والأمن والاستقرار أو على مستوى المفارقات وانعدام الضوابط الأخلاقية، خاصة في مجال تداول المعطيات الزائفة والمضللة عبر وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، والاستهتار بالقيم الدينية والأعراف الثقافية في عدد من الأبحاث والإنجازات العلمية المختبرية التي ينعدم فيها الحد الأدنى مما نسميه بالأخلاق العلمية bioethics. ويكفي أن نتأمل أنواعا من المخاطر التي باتت تهدد الحياة فوق الأرض. إننا جميعا مدركون لفضائل ومزايا العلم والمكاسب التكنولوجيا، ولسنا هنا في مؤتمر علمي أو فكري يتبادل فيه الرأي العلماء وأهل الفكر، وإنما نحن هنا في مؤتمر لفاعلين سياسيين في الحقل البرلماني العالمي وممثلين لبلداننا وشعوبنا وقاراتنا وثقافاتنا وعقائدنا المختلفة. فحبذا لو نغتنم فرصة هذا الحوار الجماعي المفتوح حول قضايا العلم والتكنولوجيا في عالمنا الراهن لنفكر في الخروج بنداء عالمي جديد يعبر عن قلقنا بخصوص ضرورة تحصين البشرية من مخاطر الاستعمالات القاتل للعلوم والتكنولوجيات. علينا أن نستصرخ الضمير العالمي بهذا الخصوص وأن نجمع على كلمة واحدة، وذلك بالتنبيه إلى مختلف هذه المخاطر. ينبغي أن يصدر عن حوارنا هذا أثر يعكس مدى الحاجة إلى الحرص والحذر والقلق على المستقبلين الإنساني وعلى كوكب الأرض، وأن نعمم نداء جديدا يعبر عن إرادة الدورة 149 في الحاجة إلى المزيد من استثمار العلم والتكنولوجيا. في الأخير كمنتظم وفاعلين برلمانيين دورنا هو التنبيه والتعبئة والتواصل مع الحكومات والمنظمات المعنية والأوساط العلمية في أفق تعميم وترسيخ ثقافة علمية بروح إنسانية وأخلاقية. ولنا في مواثيق ووثائق الأمم المتحدة وفي أدبيات الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي ما يمكن أن نسترشد به فضلا عن أرصدتنا من الأفكار والتجارب الحضارية والثقافية. شكرا والسلام عليكم.
Muito obrigada. Tem agora a palavra o Sr. Osh, do Camboja, e a seguir terá a palavra a Sra. Cuesta, do Equador.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the 449th Assembly convened at the critical juncture following the recent gathering of the world leaders at the summit of the future in New York last September. We would like to take the opportunity to express our gratitude to the IPU President, Her Excellency Dr. Tulia Axon, and Secretary General, Excellency Martin Changun, for the outstanding representation of the IPU at the above-said summit. There is a lot of hope placed in the outcome of this event, especially when it comes to the reforming of the United Nations and its key body, most notably the UN Security Council. The challenges we face today, such as artificial intelligence, climate change, global warming, and even space exploration and arms races, require innovative and collective solutions. The world community is looking to forums like this for more effective and responsive leadership. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués, l'adoption de la nouvelle charte sur l'éthique et de la science et de la technologie, une initiative du groupe de travail du UIP sur la science et la technologie, est un signe distinctif de notre engagement en faveur d'une innovation responsable au bénéfice de l'humanité tout entière. Cette charte, qui sera officiellement adoptée lors de cette 149e Assemblée du UIP, vise à établir un cadre réglementaire complet fondé sur des principes éthiques. Il est de notre devoir solennel de veiller à ce que les progrès que nous réalisons dans le domaine de la science et de la technologie soient conformes aux valeurs qui nous unissent en tant que communauté mondiale. Ces valeurs comprennent la prise de décisions fondées sur des données probantes et bien informées, l'égalité des sexes et la participation des jeunes dans les domaines de la science, de la technologie et de l'innovation, le droit à la connaissance et à un environnement durable, la coopération internationale et le partage des bonnes pratiques entre le Nord et le Sud, le rôle de la science comme le facteur de paix et l'harmonie mondiale. En tant que président de l'ASEAN en 2022, le Cambodge a réuni les pays de l'ASEAN pour publier une déclaration commune sur l'IA, démontrant ainsi notre engagement collectif à exploiter l'IA de manière responsable pour le progrès et la durabilité de la région. Nous appelons à galvaniser une action responsable dans le domaine suivant. A. Élaborer les cadres de coopération complets et éthiques en matière de la politique IA qui favorise la démocratie, la paix, la dignité, l'inclusion et la durabilité. B. Investir dans l'éducation et la formation de l'IA pour garantir que nos citoyens puissent participer à ces avancées technologiques et en bénéficier. C. Créer les mécanismes d'évaluation et de régulation continue de l'impact de l'IA sur la société et promouvoir les applications de l'IA qui contribuent directement à la réalisation des objectifs du développement durable. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les délégués, alors que nous adoptons les nouvelles technologies, n'oublions pas les anciennes qui ont marqué l'évolution des armements, notamment les engins explosifs et les mines terrestres. Selon le PNUD, les mines terrestres et les munitions non explosées font une victime toutes les heures. Cette Assemblée offre l'occasion idéale de commémorer le 25e anniversaire de la Convention d'Ottawa de 1997 sur l'interdiction des mines antipersonnelles. Nous soutenons sans réserve l'accent mis par la Commission de l'UEP sur le handicap et les conflits armés lors de cette Assemblée, en accord avec les objectifs de la Convention sur l'interdiction des mines antipersonnelles. Avec 164 États partis à ce jour, le traité a mis des progrès considérables. Le Cambodge, parti à la Convention depuis 1999, illustre ces avancées ayant éliminé 18 de ces 25 provinces et visant à obtenir le statut de pays exempt de mines terrestres d'ici à l'an 2025. Réaffirmant notre engagement envers la Convention sur l'interdiction des mines antipersonnelles, le Cambodge est honoré de présider et d'accueillir le 5e conférence d'examen et le sommet de Siem Reap encore sur un monde sans armes, sans mines, du 24 au 29 novembre de cette année. Nous invitons tous les nations à se joindre à nous lors de ces événements, renouvelant ainsi notre engagement collectif en faveur des principes humanitaires et la protection du civil. Faisant de cet anniversaire un catalyseur pour nos efforts en faveur du désarmement mondial. Nous exhortons les pays qui n'ont pas encore adhéré à cette convention à le faire, nous unissant ainsi pour mettre fin aux souffrances inutiles causées par ces armes. Ensemble, nous pouvons construire un monde plus sûr et sans mines pour les générations futures. En conclusion, cette 149e Assemblée du pays lance un appel clair à la coopération parlementaire mondiale sur les questions technologiques et humanitaires urgentes de notre époque. En unissant nos voix et nos efforts, nous pouvons retracer la voie vers un monde plus juste et plus équitable, un monde où les bénéfices de l'innovation sont partagés par tous, enrichissant ainsi la vie de chaque citoyen de nos nations. Merci de votre attention.
Good morning. Now we'll invite Mrs. Cuesta from Ecuador.
Buenos días, señor presidente, queridos colegas legisladores del mundo. Hoy nos encontramos en la 149 Asamblea de la Unión Interparlamentaria debatiendo sobre un tema que sin duda aportará al futuro de nuestras sociedades. En un mundo que enfrenta desafíos sin precedentes, el cambio climático, la guerra, el genocidio, la violencia y la desigualdad, es imperativo que los parlamentos lideremos soluciones sostenibles para la paz y las relaciones equitativas en nuestros pueblos y entre los pueblos. E incidamos en acciones que mejoren de manera concreta la calidad de vida de nuestros mandantes, de nuestros ciudadanos que nos eligieron para trabajar con y por ellos. En Ecuador enfrentamos graves crisis multidimensionales de seguridad, energética, migratoria, de educación, de trabajo, de relaciones internacionales e incluso moral. En 2016 éramos uno de los países más seguros de América Latina. La tasa de homicidio era 5.83 por cada 100.000 habitantes. Ahora tenemos una tasa de homicidio de 47 asesinatos por cada 100.000 habitantes. El 9 de enero de este año, el presidente Noboa declaró un estado de excepción debido al aumento del crimen organizado. Sin embargo, organizaciones de derechos humanos criticaron la medida por ser apresurada y advirtieron que podría incrementar la violencia. En mayo, Human Rights Watch denunció abusos graves por parte de las fuerzas del orden, lo que ha agravado la crisis de derechos humanos en el país. En los últimos 3 años, cerca de 2.000 niños han sido asesinados en el Ecuador. La violencia mata diariamente a nuestros niños y les roba sus sueños. Pero la violencia social no es el único flagelo presente. La desnutrición crónica es otro problema sin resolver. En mi país, 1 de cada 5 niños menores de 5 años sufre desnutrición crónica. En el ciclo escolar actual, cerca de 200.000 niños de entre 5 y 17 años abandonaron el sistema educativo. Muchos víctimas de todo tipo de violencia y más de 230.000 están en situación de trabajo infantil. Mientras estamos aquí reunidos, en Ecuador, cerca de 5 millones de personas viven en pobreza con menos de $3 al día. Y cerca de 3 millones de personas sobreviven en pobreza extrema con menos de $1.60 al día. Hoy, 7 de cada 10 ecuatorianos desean migrar, con la idea de escapar de la violencia, el desempleo y la desesperanza. Miles llegan a México para cruzar la frontera con Estados Unidos y cientos han desaparecido intentando cruzar esa frontera. Y lo que más nos aflige, en los últimos 9 años, 9.000 niños ecuatorianos han migrado a Estados Unidos solos. ¿Se imaginan alguno de nuestros hijos migrando, cruzando fronteras peligrosas solos? Por otra parte, en la década del 2007 al 2017, Ecuador participó en el concierto internacional promoviendo la solución pacífica de controversias. Un ejemplo de ello fue su calidad de garante en las conversaciones de paz entre el gobierno colombiano y el Ejército de Liberación Nacional. Hoy somos demandados ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia por invadir la Embajada de México en Quito el 5 de abril de este año, agredir a sus funcionarios y detener arbitraria e ilegalmente al ex vicepresidente de la República, Jorge Glass, quien se encontraba protegido por la figura de asilo diplomático y a quien le correspondía contar con un salvoconducto que le permita trasladarse al hermano país de México, conforme lo señalan la Convención de Viena sobre Relaciones Diplomáticas y la Convención de Caracas sobre Asilo Diplomático. El ex vicepresidente Glass lleva más de 6 meses recluido en una cárcel de máxima seguridad bajo condiciones infrahumanas, con su salud gravemente deteriorada, conforme lo registran diversos informes médicos y visitas de la Defensoría del Pueblo de Ecuador, y ha sido observado por la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos, el Grupo de Trabajo sobre Detención Arbitraria del Consejo de Derechos Humanos de la ONU y el relator sobre la independencia de abogados y magistrados de Naciones Unidas. Sin duda, enfrentar la violencia y el crimen organizado en medio de un Estado debilitado requiere un esfuerzo enorme y un enfoque integral, que incluye medidas económicas, sociales y tecnológicas. La inteligencia artificial es una herramienta para mejorar la seguridad pública, promover el desarrollo y la inclusión social. Y también se requiere voluntad política y asignación y ejecución presupuestaria. Como parlamentarios tenemos la responsabilidad de legislar para que la ciencia y la tecnología se usen de manera ética y justa. En Ecuador, la regulación de la inteligencia artificial es reciente, con 3 proyectos de ley presentados en 2024, que están en trámite y cuyo objetivo es contribuir a la seguridad, el desarrollo y la inclusión social. Es en este contexto de crisis que debemos aprovechar las herramientas que nos ofrece la tecnología. La inteligencia artificial puede ayudar a mejorar la seguridad, prever actividades criminales y garantizar la transparencia en un sistema financiero plagado de narcotráfico y lavado de activos. Ecuador requiere un giro hacia la democracia sustancial, donde la gestión política, la ciencia y la innovación pongan nuevamente al centro el ser humano. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Muchas gracias, señora Cuesta. Now we will invite Mr. Wawero from Kenya.
Good morning, dear colleagues. And dear colleagues, we all agree that we are squarely in a new world. We are well into the 4th Industrial Revolution. And if we are talking about the 4th Industrial Revolution, it means then there must have been a first, a second, a third, and now the 4th Industrial Revolution. And so the question begs, where was Africa when the world was harnessing the power of steam and powering their mechanization? Where was Africa when the world was connecting onto electricity and powering human development? Where was Africa when the world was logging into the dot-com era and going into the microchips? The question also begs, are we the generation of African legislators who are going to preside over Africa slipping through yet another industrial revolution? And we as Kenya are offering that no, we shall not slip through this 4th industrial revolution. Kenya is widely recognized as a leader in digital innovation in Africa, with success in mobile technology and financial inclusion. The widely recognized mobile service M-Pesa has revolutionized the financial sector, while the adoption of mobile and digital platforms in healthcare, agriculture, and education continues to increase. Kenya's government's focus on AI, cloud computing, and data-driven solutions in the Kenya Digital Master Plan highlights the country's investment in growing digital economy. The Kenya government, and especially the Kenya Parliament, has demonstrated a solid commitment to leveraging on science, technology, and innovation as a core strategy for national development. This commitment is aligned with Kenya's Vision 2030, the country's long-term development blueprint that aims to transform Kenya into a newly industrialized middle-income country by 2030. Kenya is putting out strategies. Kenya is putting out policies. Kenya is putting out legislation and regulations that shall onboard us into this new digital era. This has not come without challenges. Some of the challenges that we have seen as Kenya is that Kenya is facing some capital development problems. These developments need to be resourced. There are policy and regulatory challenges that we are addressing by the policies, regulations, and legislation that I talked about earlier. We are also facing a challenge of climate change and environmental degradation, which we also see as an opportunity to harness the new technology to be able to alleviate some of this problem. Some of the strategies that we have put in place so that we can alleviate some of these challenges include the strengthening of public-private partnerships, strengthening of STI education and skills development, and enhancing digital infrastructure. We are committed that Kenya must establish robust legal and regulatory frameworks to govern the use of artificial intelligence, big data, and other emerging technologies. These would address concerns around data privacy. Kenya is also alive to the fact that as we go into this new world, we are facing the bigger problem of data representation. When we see how the data centers are being set up in the world, we see a big imbalance in how the data centers are being set up more in the northern hemisphere than we are seeing them in the southern hemisphere. Africa has suffered the tragedy of appropriation of its assets, and we see the opportunity of technology in ensuring that as we go into the new world, Africa is data represented in this new and emerging world of technology. In conclusion, Kenya sees science, technology, and innovation as crucial in promoting a more peaceful and sustainable future, from addressing global challenges such as climate change and food security to fostering economic growth and enhancing governance. STI is a powerful tool for creating inclusive, resilient, and forward-thinking societies. And therefore, parliaments worldwide must collaborate to harness STI for global peace and sustainability. Parliamentary action is critical in creating and enabling environments for innovations to thrive. This includes passing legislation, supporting digital transformation, green technologies, and ethical frameworks for emerging technologies, while fostering partnerships between governments, the private sector, and academia. By working collectively, parliaments can ensure that STI is used to drive global progress towards a more equitable, peaceful, and sustainable future. It is in Kenya that the oldest bones of the humankind have been found, and Kenya is the cradle of humankind. And we see Kenya as a contender to be the cradle for digital transformation in Africa and for the world. We pray that this is the IPU that is discussing how we can harness STI for the future. We pray that you shall support Africa to not slip through another industrial revolution. Finally, I would like to invite everyone to Kenya to set up their data centers, because it is in Kenya where you can find green energy, geothermal energy, solar power, and wind power, and that would be our way of putting this world squarely into the fourth industrial revolution for human progress and for peace in this world. I thank you. My name is John K.J. Kiarie, and in the Kenya Parliament, I chair the Committee for Communication, Information, and Innovation. I thank you.
Many thanks. Maintenant, j'invite mon grand frère Sila de Guinée.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Monsieur le Président de séance, honorables et distingués participants, en tant que représentant d'un pays en transition politique, je voudrais essentiellement axer mon intervention sur notre préoccupation de retour à l'ordre constitutionnel tel que souhaité par nos populations, accompagnées par les institutions internationales, par l'opinion internationale. Mais je voudrais avant tout, mesdames et messieurs, vous transmettre les différentes salutations de Monsieur le Président du Conseil national de transition et des plus hautes autorités de la Guinée. Je voudrais aussi magnifier l'attention que l'UIP accorde à notre institution en Guinée. En témoigne la visite il y a quelques mois que le secrétaire général nous a rendue. Visite dont les résultats ont significativement permis l'avancée de notre travail législatif. Aujourd'hui, je puis vous annoncer avec beaucoup de fierté que nous avons relevé le défi de l'élaboration de la Constitution. Un avant-projet est rendu public depuis juillet dernier et se trouve aujourd'hui dans une phase avancée de vulgarisation. Cette prouesse a valu à la Guinée son repositionnement dans les institutions sous-régionales et internationales et favorise grandement la mise en place en cours d'un programme de coopération avec les institutions financières, le FMI et la Banque mondiale. Mesdames et messieurs, dans cette dynamique, la Guinée attend de l'UIP la mise en place d'un dispositif d'accompagnement pour lui faciliter l'élaboration d'une batterie de lois organiques qui accompagnent le texte constitutionnel. Et aussi le renforcement de capacités de ces parlementaires et agents de l'administration parlementaire, notamment en procédure d'évaluation des projets de loi de finances. Mesdames et messieurs, une coopération interparlementaire plus dynamique s'impose à nos États dans le domaine de la science, de la technologie et de l'innovation, pour un avenir plus pacifique et durable tel que stipulé dans le thème de la présente rencontre. Oui, la maîtrise, la démocratisation et l'exploitation à bon escient de la science et de la technologie permettent d'asseoir le bien-être, la paix et le développement durable pour tous. Et l'action parlementaire peut largement contribuer à cette promotion. Je puis vous assurer, mesdames et messieurs, que la Guinée est résolument engagée à jouer sa participation dans ce vaste chantier de transformation de l'humanité. Je voudrais terminer par exprimer ma profonde compassion au peuple martyr de Palestine pour le drame qui se joue à Gaza, en Cisjordanie et au Liban. Et j'invite la communauté internationale à davantage d'actions concrètes pour le rétablissement de ce peuple martyr dans son droit à vivre en paix sur ces terres ancestrales. Vive la coopération interparlementaire. Bonne suite de travail à la 149e Assemblée de l'UIP. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Silla. Now we will invite to take the floor Verli from Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de séance, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidentes et présidents de Parlement, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, chers et chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Au nom de la délégation suisse à l'Union interparlementaire, je tiens tout d'abord à remercier toutes les personnes qui se sont impliquées dans la bonne organisation de cette 149e session et vous dire tout le plaisir que nous avons de vous avoir une fois de plus en Suisse, ici à Genève. Genève, symbole de la coopération internationale et du dialogue en faveur d'un monde politique, pacifique et durable. Nous saluons le thème retenu pour notre session, exploiter la science, la technologie et l'innovation pour un avenir plus pacifique et durable. La science, la technologie et l'innovation sont en effet des leviers essentiels pour un avenir durable. La Suisse, reconnue mondialement pour son expertise en innovation, a fait justement de l'innovation un pilier de sa politique de développement. Grâce à nos centres de recherche tels que les écoles polytechniques de Lausanne et de Zurich et de nos universités, nous travaillons pour que la technologie améliore la vie de chacun tout en respectant les droits humains. Un exemple récent est le Swiss National AI Institute, un projet ambitieux visant à positionner la Suisse en tant que leader mondial de l'intelligence artificielle avec un accent particulier sur l'éthique et la transparence. En matière d'intelligence artificielle, nous reconnaissons les défis posés, notamment en matière de protection des données et de régulation. Toutefois, nous croyons fermement que ces technologies, lorsqu'elles sont encadrées, sont des vecteurs de progrès. Mais comme déjà mentionné, nous veillons à ce que l'innovation ne se fasse jamais au détriment des droits fondamentaux. En tant que parlementaires, chers collègues, nous considérons que nous devons veiller à ce que l'humain reste au centre de ces développements et que la technologie renforce nos démocraties. À ce titre, la question des reconversions professionnelles liées aux nouvelles technologies est importante, dans le but, encore une fois, de mettre l'humain au centre des progrès scientifiques. En Suisse, nous y portons une attention particulière et agissons notamment grâce à notre système de formation duale et à un soutien accru aux formations continues, permettant ainsi des reconversions professionnelles adaptées aux nouvelles réalités du marché de l'emploi, conformément à l'ODD 8 sur le travail décent. Permettez-moi encore de saluer et mettre en valeur notre UIP et ses actions. La charte sur l'éthique de la science et de la technologie de l'Union interparlementaire, qui sera adoptée cette semaine à la fin des travaux de cette Assemblée, est un bel exemple de ce que peut produire notre organisation afin d'aider les parlements nationaux dans leurs réflexions législatives. C'est un outil supplémentaire qui s'ajoute aux normes internationales. Je pense notamment au règlement de l'Union européenne sur l'intelligence artificielle ou la nouvelle convention cadre du Conseil de l'Europe sur l'intelligence artificielle qui a été signée le mois dernier à Vilnius. Mon collègue Christian Laure s'est d'ailleurs déjà exprimé à ce sujet dans le cadre des travaux de notre comité permanent de la démocratie et des droits de l'homme. Pour mémoire, ces règles et conventions visent à encadrer l'utilisation de l'IA de manière à protéger les droits humains, la démocratie et l'état de droit. Elles encouragent l'utilisation éthique et responsable des technologies de l'intelligence artificielle tout en imposant des règles sur la transparence, la supervision humaine et la non-discrimination. Ces textes cherchent également à prévenir les risques liés aux abus potentiels de ces technologies et à assurer une protection contre la surveillance abusive ou les violations de la vie privée. Chers et chers collègues, nous sommes d'ailleurs directement confrontés à ces questions dans notre activité et travail de parlementaires. Comment intégrons-nous le fait que de plus en plus de collègues préparent leurs propositions parlementaires au moyen de ChatGPT ou autres logiciels similaires? Comment pouvons-nous améliorer nos capacités et notre travail parlementaire, notamment dans des parlements multilingues et multiculturels, comme celui que nous connaissons en Suisse, grâce aux logiciels de traduction? Mais en même temps, comment assurer les protections indispensables en regard de la protection des données et la non-surdépendance à la technologie? Telles sont des questions fondamentales qui nous obligent à proposer et mettre en place des réponses coordonnées et adaptées. Mais des réponses qui ne doivent pas bloquer l'innovation, bien au contraire. Des réponses qui doivent encourager une innovation responsable. Permettez-moi encore de vous signaler que la diplomatie scientifique est l'un des nouveaux axes forts de la Confédération suisse. Ainsi que ce soit à l'ONU ou ici à Genève avec une fondation, la Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator, des éléments sont concrètement mis en œuvre dans ce domaine-là. Avec plus de 40 ONG, la Genève internationale est vraiment un pôle de la diplomatie scientifique. Elle rassemble les intérêts du monde dans un écosystème unique. Souvent décrite comme la salle des machines de la politique internationale, elle est un centre de compétences de la coopération internationale. Chères et chers collègues, face aux défis globaux, nous devons répondre collectivement. Il est crucial de veiller à ce que la régulation des nouvelles technologies respecte les droits fondamentaux et anticipe les dérives potentielles. L'UIP, à travers son Centre pour l'innovation, a un rôle clé à jouer dans ce processus. En conclusion, je souhaite rappeler que la science et la technologie doivent être des instruments que nous maîtrisons pour construire un avenir plus juste et durable. La Suisse est prête à partager son expertise et à collaborer avec tous les pays pour faire en sorte que nos actions servent la paix, la prospérité et le bien-être de tous et tous. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Dankeschön, Herr Verli. Agora convidamos para fazer uso do verbo o Sr. Moe, da Noruega.
Mr. Speaker, fellow parliamentarians, my name is Ola Borten Moe and I'm a member of the Norwegian Parliament. I believe in democracy. I believe that almost every one of us works to make our societies better, to improve possibilities for our people and peace on earth. I also believe that there's a value to gather parliamentarians from all around the world to discuss and exchange views on current developments. I would like to give you a short status from Norway. We are grateful to live in a prosperous and largely peaceful corner of the world. But things are changing. We experience full-scale war in Ukraine and in the Middle East. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we have received close to 75,000 Ukrainian refugees. That amounts to 1.2% of the entire Norwegian population in 30 months. We will manage. We stand with Ukraine. What happens in the Middle East has, in my opinion, more serious implications for and within the Norwegian society. Anti-Semitism is again rising. We have a small Jewish minority in Norway. They experience harassment and insecurity. Norway's 2 synagogues, there's only 2, are presently guarded by heavy armed police. And when the memorial ceremony after the October 7 terrorist attacks was done, it was interrupted by activists carrying models of Iranian missiles. It is not acceptable. Norway last week increased our terror emergency level to 4 out of a maximum of 5. The Norwegian government is currently considering imposing border control against Sweden and Denmark, borders that have been open for more than 70 years. This happened after terrorist attacks against the Israeli embassies in Copenhagen and Stockholm. Our intelligence services believe these were carried out with support from Iran. There are also links between organized crime in Scandinavia and Iran. This is not the Norway I grew up in, and hopefully not the Norway of the future. I call upon all fellow parliamentarians to support just and secure peace and to destroy terrorism and organized crime. It is not acceptable for any nation to support or promote terrorism and organized crime around the world. It destroys trust among nations and the very fabric of common values that the international community is built upon. And we also have a common responsibility to fight anti-Semitism and to protect our minorities. Thank you.
Obrigado, Sr. Moy. Agora convidamos o Sr. Griffoy, da Bélgica.
Dear colleagues, in today's rapidly changing environment, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment where the quality of our future depends on how we harness science, technology, and innovation. Thus, today's general debate will focus on how we, as policymakers, can leverage these advancements to create a more peaceful and sustainable future. I'm certain I don't have to tell you that rapid technological progress brings great opportunities, as well as potential risks. As policymakers, it's our task to seize these opportunities with caution and commit to the safe development of science, technology, and innovation, as it will remain a key driver of a more secure and balanced future. Achieving this future requires the triple helix model, where governments, businesses, and knowledge institutions work together to reinforce each other. We are one component in that helix, thus hold great responsibility. How can we contribute to driving the necessary development for the future? And first of all, regulations are key, since they should not form a barrier to innovation. Standing still is going backwards. Innovative technologies should be embraced. It is what provides us with a continuous edge. Thus, the regulatory framework on digital services, artificial intelligence, you name it, should allow for innovative products and services to be brought on the market. Countries can only commit to innovation if the regulatory framework supports it. And from the governance point of view, it is challenging to design regulations that fully anticipate future developments. And this is why we should consider the potential of no regulation zones, spaces where innovators can experiment freely without the burden of overly restrictive frameworks that could stifle creativity. Only by doing this, we can discover more sustainable solutions. Furthermore, everyone has a right to benefit from scientific advancements. The role of Parliament here is to bridge the gap between science and policy and to make informed decisions that are grounded in evidence and to foster dialogue between scientists, researchers, and the public. We need to allow intercommunication. It's crucial that the human element remains at the center of our science, technology, and innovation policies, and that technological progress serves everyone equally. Scientific research is essential, and we need to continue to invest in accessible knowledge, education, and training. Public funds should be invested strategically, and academic institutions need to be made accountable. Wherever possible, we can also align research projects with the Sustainable Development Goals, of course. A level playing field across the world also remains crucial. Our task as members of Parliament is clear. We must bridge the gap between developing and developed countries, between the global north and the global south, and ensure that science, technology, and innovation contributes to more peaceful and prosperous societies. And how can we achieve this? By investing in scientific systems in developing nations, encouraging research, and preventing the brain drain which hinders progress. It also entails making science, technology, and innovation inclusive, by welcoming more women, young people, and individuals from socio-economic backgrounds. Yet, let us not ignore the challenges of science, technology, and innovation. Technologies have dual uses, capable of both creation and destruction. There are risks of widening global inequality as well as the regulatory lack, data privacy concerns, misinformation, and technological unemployment. Ensuring that these challenges do not overshadow the potential of science, technology, and innovation is crucial. It's important to have good and progressive infrastructure, as well as reliable data management. Parliament should prepare for and mitigate these potential socio-economic impacts. Overall, I would like to reiterate our crucial role as policymakers play on this issue. Our responsibility is to craft a regulatory framework that encourages innovation and experimentation while ensuring safety and inclusiveness. And we must take steps to ensure that more people benefit from science, technology, and innovation by bridging the current gaps. Science, technology, and innovation involve risks, and we shouldn't ignore them. Instead, we have to factor them in our decision-making process. And by doing so, we can ensure that these developments lead to a more peaceful and sustainable future. Thank you for listening.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Griffoy. Registramos que o Irão pediu direito de resposta à Noruega. Esse direito de resposta será exercido no final do debate, sendo-lhe alocado o tempo de 2 minutos. Feito este anúncio, convidamos agora o Sr. Bui Kaidin, da PABSEC.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président de la séance, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents d'Assemblée, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers et chers collègues parlementaires, en préalable aux observations que je vais vous présenter à propos de la thématique de notre 149e Assemblée, permettez-moi de livrer ici quelques informations concernant le cadre stratégique 2023-2030 de l'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie. Celui-ci se concentre délibérément sur les métiers parlementaires élémentaires propres aux représentants légitimes des peuples. Après plus d'1 an, ce cadre stratégique est d'ores et déjà pleinement opérationnel, en particulier s'agissant des 2 axes prioritaires, le déploiement de la diplomatie parlementaire francophone et l'amélioration des services juridiques rendus à ces mêmes parlements. Dans le cadre de sa nouvelle diplomatie parlementaire, l'APF accorde une attention particulière aux crises dans l'espace francophone. La diplomatie ne saurait être uniquement du ressort des pouvoirs exécutifs et des organisations internationales gouvernementales. Il convient de miser sur la spécificité des parlements pour compléter intelligemment la diplomatie classique. En tant que représentants des peuples, ils jouent en effet un rôle clé dans la facilitation des processus de paix grâce à leur connaissance des réalités locales et leur capacité à s'affranchir des antagonismes entre les États. En la matière, dans les pays qui ont connu un coup d'État, l'APF soutient l'adoption de calendriers de transition crédibles et raisonnables, avec le retour à un ordre démocratique en ligne de mire. Et puis, elle encourage les parlementaires des pays opposés par des litiges à se parler et à agir ensemble pour réinstaurer la concorde. Dans la région des Grands Lacs, par exemple, l'APF a engagé un processus de dialogue interparlementaire inédit entre les représentants de la République démocratique du Congo et de la République du Rwanda. Ce processus a abouti en juillet dernier à l'adoption d'une résolution à l'unanimité des membres de notre organisation. Une mission de haut niveau devrait se rendre prochainement dans les différentes capitales régionales pour apporter une contribution parlementaire francophone à la résolution attendue de ce conflit. L'APF a aussi cet été adopté une révision des mécanismes de vigilance démocratique pour mieux accompagner les transitions politiques. Elle ne suspend plus automatiquement les parlements non élus, et ce, à 4 conditions. Absence de violence politique, consensus autour de la transition entre les forces politiques et au sein de la société civile, agenda crédible de retour à la démocratie et enfin attachement envers les valeurs de la francophonie. Il s'agit non plus de condamner doctement au risque d'aller jusqu'à la rupture, mais d'inciter par le biais de la médiation à des processus de dialogue pragmatiques et progressifs. L'APF défend une approche holistique qui s'attaque non pas seulement aux conséquences, mais aux racines des problèmes, en intégrant les aspects sécuritaires, économiques, sociaux et politiques. La communauté parlementaire francophone s'est toujours investie en faveur de la solidarité et de la coopération interparlementaire, en partageant des ressources technico-juridiques afin d'aider nos parlements à légiférer. C'est dans cet esprit que l'APF a conçu un nouvel outil, les corpus législatifs. Sur un sujet donné, elle fournit désormais à ses sections un dossier rassemblant des analyses politiques, juridiques et techniques, ainsi que des exemples de textes de loi déjà en vigueur dans l'espace francophone, voire au-delà s'ils s'avèrent utiles. Ces ressources sont accompagnées d'une proposition de méthode en vue de les transposer en droit interne dans les pays désireux, eux aussi, de légiférer selon leurs besoins et bien sûr leurs spécificités. Le premier corpus législatif que nous avons finalisé porte sur la mise en œuvre de l'accord de Paris sur le climat. Nous sommes en train de le déployer à travers des séminaires sous-régionaux de renforcement des capacités parlementaires dans le but d'inciter chacune de nos assemblées adhérentes à adopter une loi ad hoc créant un cadre juridique favorable à l'atténuation, à l'adaptation et au financement des politiques climatiques. Deux autres corpus sont en cours d'élaboration, l'un sur le statut de la protection des lanceurs d'alerte, l'autre sur la budgétisation sensible au genre. D'autres encore sont en projet, par exemple sur l'éradication des déchets plastiques, la lutte contre les faux médicaments ou encore les associations à but non lucratif. J'en viens maintenant au thème de la présente assemblée de l'UIP, exploiter la science, la technologie et l'innovation pour un avenir plus pacifique et durable. Les relations entre conseils scientifiques et décisions politiques ont pris toute leur acuité lors de la crise sanitaire. Nos différentes institutions parlementaires ont alors fait appel à l'expertise scientifique pour éclairer sur la dimension de la pandémie, les risques systémiques encourus par la communauté et les mesures de santé publique à prendre en urgence. Les enjeux sont particulièrement importants dans une multitude de champs. Je n'en citerai ici que 4. Les technologies de l'information et de la communication avec les questions de désinformation et de l'intelligence artificielle, la santé publique avec de nombreux sujets comme celui de la biorésistance, l'environnement et le développement durable avec des enjeux vitaux pour l'avenir de l'humanité, et enfin, le vaste champ des sciences sociales pour être en mesure d'analyser avec clairvoyance les ressorts de la contestation de la démocratie parlementaire que nous pouvons d'ailleurs constater dans tous nos pays, et y compris au sein de la jeunesse. Pour relever tous ces défis, l'APF entretient des relations de plus en plus étroites avec la sphère académique et a noué des collaborations avec plusieurs établissements de recherche sur 4 continents. Elle a en outre signé un partenariat avec le réseau francophone international en conseil scientifique, animé par le conseiller scientifique en chef du Québec. Nos parlements disposent cependant tous de structures ad hoc pour assurer le continuum science-décision. Il nous incombe de ne pas abdiquer de nos prérogatives parlementaires, c'est-à-dire le pouvoir de voter la loi et de contrôler nos gouvernements sans nous laisser submerger par une dictature des experts, tout en sachant solliciter et écouter la recherche scientifique pour tenir compte de ses analyses et de ses prévisions dans nos choix circonstanciés. Mesdames et Messieurs, je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Valder, de APF. Agora sim, chamamos o Sr. Bui Caidin, da PAPSEC, para usar a palavra.
Sayın Başkan, Sayın Milletvekilleri, Sayın Genel Sekreter, değerli konuklar, ismim Yılmaz Büyükaydın, Türkiye'nin Karadeniz Bölgesi Milletvekiliyim. Bu önemli toplantıda sizlerle birlikte olmaktan ve günümüzün en hayati konularından biri üzerine Karadeniz Ekonomik İşbirliği Parlamenter Asamblesi'ni temsilen konuşma fırsatı bulmaktan büyük bir mutluluk duyduğumu belirtmek isterim. Bugün bilim, teknoloji ve inovasyonun daha barışçıl ve sürdürülebilir bir gelecek şekillendirmedeki rolünü tartışmak üzere bir araya geldik. Bu araçların günümüzde bir gereklilik haline gelen olumlu değişim için büyük bir potansiyele sahip olduğunu kabul etmeliyiz. Ülkelerin kalkınmasında büyük etkiye sahip bilişim teknolojileri için 2024 yılında dünya çapında 5 trilyon Amerikan dolarından fazla harcama yapılması öngörülmektedir. Bilim ve teknoloji doğru amaçlar doğrultusunda kullanıldığında sağlık, yenilebilir enerji, eğitim ve tarım gibi alanlarda dönüştürücü çözümler sağlayabilir. Ancak bu ilerlemeler sadece ekonomik büyüme için değil, aynı zamanda toplumsal barış ve sürdürülebilir bir gelecek için de vazgeçilmezdir. Dijitalleşme, yapay zeka, yenilebilir enerji, savunma ve ileri sağlık teknoloji gibi alanlarda kaydedilen ilerlemeler insanlığa yeni fırsatlar sunarken daha sürdürülebilir bir dünya yaratma potansiyelini de içinde barındırmaktadır. Bilim, teknoloji ve inovasyonun barışa katkısı, iletişim araçlarının ve bilgi erişimin demokratikleşmesiyle doğrudan ilişkisidir. Küresel çapta dijital dönüşüm, halklar arasında daha derin bir anlayış geliştirilmesine, farklı kültürler arasındaki diyaloğun güçlendirilmesine ve uluslararası işbirliğin derinleşmesine zemin hazırlamaktadır. Ancak bilim, teknoloji ve inovasyonun tam potansiyeli etik değerlerle birlikte ele alınması ve bu yeniliklerin tüm insanlığın yararına kullanılması gerekmektedir. Teknolojik ilerlemeler yanlış ellerde eşi benzeri görülmemiş yıkımlara yol açarken doğru kullanıldığında barış, adalet, demokrasiyi tesis etme yolunda önemli bir araç haline gelmektedir. Bu bağlamda devam eden Rusya-Ukrayna çatışması ve Gazze'deki yaşanan insani krizin bilim ve teknolojinin çift yönlü doğasını bizlerle hatırlattığını belirtmek isterim. Ukrayna'da yaşanan savaş ve Gazze'deki insani kriz, insanlığın bel bağladığı bilim ve teknolojilerin nasıl yıkıcı amaçlarda kullanılabildiğinin acı bir örneğidir. Bu durumda uluslararası olarak bize düşen bu araçları insanlık yararına, toplumların refahını arttırmak ve kalıcı barış tesis etmek amacıyla kullanmak için ortak bir işbirliği içerisinde olmaktır. İnovasyon ve teknolojik gelişmelerin teşvik edilmesiyle birlikte etik ve güvenli hususların korunması arasında hassas bir denge kurulması artık zorunlu hale gelmiştir. Bu bağlamda Ukrayna'nın egemenlik mücadelesinde ve Filistin halkının kendi kaderini tayin etme arayışında kararlı bir şekilde yanlarında durmamız gerektiğini bir kez daha vurgulamak isterim. Karadeniz bölgesi yüksek bir bilimsel ve teknolojik potansiyele sahiptir. KEİPA çerçevesinde yapay zeka, bilişim teknolojileri ve Karadeniz Ekonomik İşbirliği Teşkilatı üye devletler arasında bilimsel işbirliği hususları müzakere edilmiş ve bu alanda atılması gereken adımları içeren tavsiye kararları hazırlanarak parlamentolara iletilmiştir. Sürdürülebilir ilerleme sadece teknolojik ilerlemelerle değil, aynı zamanda ulusal, bölgesel ve küresel olmak üzere her düzeyde siyasi irade ve işbirliğiyle mümkündür. Bilim ve teknolojiye yaptığımız yatırımların barış, eşitlik ve sürdürülebilirlik ilkeleriyle uyumlu olmasını sağlamalı, böylelikle gelecek nesillere günümüzdeki sorunlardan uzak, daha yaşanabilir ve adil bir dünya bırakabiliriz. Dikkatiniz için teşekkür ederim.
Muito obrigado. Seguindo a ordem das intervenções, convido o senhor Aie, do Myanmar, para utilizar e fazer uso da palavra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, honorable members of Parliament, dear colleagues and friends, good morning. I am Dr. Wimia A, representative of CRPH Myanmar. It is a great honor to address you. This year's theme provides us with a solid platform to review how we can collaborate to achieve our goals. What we envision our future for our country is to have a long-lasting peace and development. Technology has been an integral part to fulfill our vision since the day one of our revolution. Using appropriate technology platforms, we, the committee representing Union Parliament, CRPH, the National Unity Government, NUG, and the resistant forces, including various ethnic nationalities, have been able to amplify our voices, strengthen our institutional development, coordinate relief efforts, and service delivery, enhance coordination among federal, state, and local levels. The military coup in 2021 did not stop Myanmar elected parliamentarians to represent their people and continued as a fully functioning e-parliament. Social media and other digital tools have been so useful in raising awareness about our works, fundraising for humanitarian aids, reporting military gender's human rights violations and abuses. While we utilize technology for peace, the military gender abuses it to consolidate their power and block internet usage to conceal their attacks and atrocities. Since the coup, at least 5,350 civilians have been killed by the military gender. They are killing about 100 civilians every month over the last 6 months. More than 3.3 million people are now displaced, and 18.6 million are in humanitarian need. Nearly 27,400 individuals have been arrested, and the number of arrests were mounting. So, since the military's mandatory forced conscription in February 2024, making young people fleeing abroad as they did not want to attack their own people, civilians. It is very clear that the military junta has not demonstrated any positive signs to implement ASEAN's 5-point consensus effectively. The 35th ASEAN Coordinating Council meeting and ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting on 8 October 2024 recommended to ensure the progress on the implementation of 5-point consensus in its entirety with the sole objective of restoring peace, stability, democracy through a Myanmar-led comprehensive political resolution. Gender's proposed election plan in 2025 without respecting the will of the people will not resolve the Myanmar's current crisis.
You do need to stop, please.
The agenda is not legitimate to conduct the election. It lacks participation of key opposition groups.
Mr. Maji,
the NUG and its allies have proposed a comprehensive roadmap, and it prioritizes democracy, human rights, and national unity.
Please,
so finally,
Mr. Maji,
three requests.
Your time is over.
3 requests. First one is please continue support. 2 is not to support and
Mr.
give
Maji,
pressure on gender. 3 is to
over
bring
time,
justice
please.
for our people. We look forward to working with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maji. Now we give the floor to the representative from APA.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. Chairperson, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, At the outset, let me express my sincere thanks to the IPU for placing science, technology, and innovation for general debate in the agenda of this assembly. As a matter of fact, let me refer to this very clear and shining fact that if use of science and technology is not associated with ethics, we will have recurrence of similar catastrophic tragedies we are currently witnessing in Gaza and Lebanon. The tragic situation we are experiencing in the region reminds me a Persian proverb that tends to imply placing the knife in the hands of the wrong card. Under these premises, I intend to infuse this implication that science and technology in our today's world is in the hand of the extremist factions that we are experiencing in similar way in the aftermath of the ongoing act of genocide and ethnic cleansing and mass killing of children in Gaza and Lebanon. Discussion on this highly important theme should not take distance from the very subject of the prime importance of the humanity that is genocide currently taking place in Gaza and Lebanon. We should remind ourselves of the catastrophic tragedies of the past 374 days as a mirror image of the war crimes, with a death toll about 50,000 innocent people, mostly women and children, including thousands of others who are seriously wounded or whose bodies are still under the rubble of buildings bombarded by the apartheid regime of Israel before the very eyes of international community that has preferred to remain silent in the face of the widespread magnitude of such war crimes in the region. Is it not high time to say enough is enough? Don't you think that the ongoing escalation of tension and continued mass killing of women and children in an alarming prelude for drawing us to another world war? May I ask that the IPU, as the global organization of parliaments with its long-standing history of parliamentary diplomacy, with its crucial mandate to work for maintenance of peace and security, will be able to do anything needed to put an end to this humanitarian crisis in the region. I thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Now we give the floor to Mr. Ashu from PAM.
أصحاب السعادة، زملائي الأعزاء، السلام عليكم. سعيد بمشاركتي في هذه الفعالية البرلمانية الدولية لتمثيل برلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط. نجتمع لمناقشة الموضوع الهام بعنوان تسخير العلوم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار من أجل مستقبل أكثر سلاما واستدامة. أود أن أسلط الضوء على مجالات العمل التي نشط فيها برلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط بشكل خاص. ففي السنوات الأخيرة أكدت البرلمانات الأعضاء في برلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط عن تأثير متزايد للذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الناشئة في جميع جوانب مجتمعاتنا، بما في ذلك قدرتها على تعطيل مسارات الديمقراطية وتآكل الثقة في المؤسسات الوطنية والمتعددة الأطراف. وقد تقدمت الجزائر بمناقشات في برلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط بشأن استخدام وتنظيم الذكاء الاصطناعي. زميلي سعادة النائب يعقوب عبد الوهاب هو مقرر برلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط للذكاء الاصطناعي. نعلم جيدا أن تأثير تهديدات السيبرالية يتجاوز الحدود الجغرافية، وبهذا التجسس السيبرالي والهجمات على الهياكل الأساسية والمؤسسات الحيوية إلى زعزعة استقرار النظم الديمقراطية وتقويض المبادئ والقيم الأساسية للديمقراطية. وقد عمل برلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط بشكل وثيق مع المديرية التنفيذية للجنة لمكافحة الإرهاب التابعة لمجلس الأمن الأممي، وأصدر تقريرا على استخدام السلبي لتكنولوجيا الذكاء الاصطناعي من قبل الجماعات الإرهابية والإجرامية. وتلقى توصية من نيويورك لإجراء بحوث تتعلق بالرقابة البرلمانية على استخدام برامج التجسس وكل سبل الملتوية للحصول على المعلومات. بالإضافة إلى ذلك أنشأ برلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط مرصدا برلمانيا عالميا دائما معنيا بتكنولوجيا الذكاء الاصطناعي والمعلومات والاتصال في سان مارينو، يديره مركزنا للدراسات العالمية، والذي يهدف لرصد تهديدات متزايدة التي تشكلها الأخبار المزيفة والتزييف العميق وحملات التضليل القائمة على الخوارزميات، فضلا على تطوير المعايير ومبادئ تشريعية بشأن المرونة الديمقراطية. وفقا للتقرير صدر الأسبوع الماضي عن هيئة الأمم المتحدة للمرأة، فإنه ما لم يعد اعتماد تدابير مراعية للمنظومة الجذرية يمكن للثورة الرقمية أن توسع أوجه عدم مساواة قائم، تاركا النساء في الخلف في القطاعات الحيوية. وفي هذا الصدد أصدر برلمان البحر المتوسط وثيقة بعنوان حماية حقوق الإنسان في العالم، عالم آلي بشكل متزايد. ومن خلال المشاركة في حوار مع المنظمات الدولية والبرلمانات الوطنية والإقليمية والمجتمع المدني وأوساط أكاديمية، يدعو برلمان المتوسطي إلى استعمال هذه التكنولوجيا إلى عدم استعمال هذه التكنولوجيا كأسلحة لقتل المدنيين والأبرياء، لا سيما في الأراضي الفلسطينية ولبنان، وتعزيز استخدامها الأخلاقي في خدمة الديمقراطية. لذلك ينضم برلمان البحر المتوسط في دعوة المجتمع الدولي للتفكير في أهمية الحفاظ على نهج متوازن، ويجب أن تصبح التكنولوجيا والابتكار أدوات لتقويض قوى الديمقراطية. وشكرا.
Muito obrigado pela intervenção. Vou agora passar à minha colega, mas antes de o fazer, queria agradecer ao Secretariado e à Presidente a possibilidade que nos ofereceram de presidir esta sessão em nome e em representação do Presidente do Parlamento da Guiné-Bissau, o Engenheiro Domingos Simões Pereira. Muito obrigado.
Señor Casaire de IDLO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my pleasure to address you on behalf of the International Development Law Organization and to convey the greetings of our Director General, Jan Beagle, who regrets she cannot be with you today. IDLO is the only global intergovernmental organization devoted exclusively to promoting the rule of law to advance peace and sustainable development. At IDLO, we recognize the transformative potential of technology and innovation in shaping a more just, peaceful, and equitable world. Allow me to share 4 key insights from IDLO's experience. First, digital innovation can help make institutions more efficient, effective, and responsive to the needs of communities. Initiatives such as electronic case management and court information systems can improve procedures and help rebuild trust in governance. Second, technology can empower citizens to claim their rights by making legal resources and support more accessible and affordable through interventions such as mobile courts and translation services. Third, digital technologies can promote transparency and integrity by providing real-time access to information and improving accountability. Open data platforms and e-governance systems enable greater visibility into decision-making processes, ensure fairness, and hold institutions accountable. Fourth, technology can help foster advances in critical sectors like education and health, among others. However, while new technologies offer immense opportunities, they also present significant risks. The digital world remains largely unregulated. The design, development, and deployment of such technologies must be grounded in the rule of law, a human rights-based approach, and an unwavering focus on people's needs. These technologies must empower justice seekers across gender, class, race, and community. To achieve this, clear legal policy frameworks are essential. They should govern the responsible use of technology, promote digital literacy and access, especially for marginalized populations, set guardrails for the unlawful use of technology, and encourage multidisciplinary approaches to data governance. As representatives of the people, parliaments are uniquely positioned to harness technology for the benefit of all, while mitigating its risks. By working together, we can ensure that emerging technologies are used ethically and that fundamental rights are protected. IDLO remains committed to collaborating with states, national parliaments, and partners to strengthen legal frameworks that promote human rights and promote peace in the digital age. I thank you.
Thank you. OMS.
Madam President, distinguished parliamentarians, WHO and the IPU have recently renewed our MOU to further deepen our collaboration. We as humanity face several extraordinary challenges. Progress towards the SDGs is off track. Conflicts, climate change, pandemics, antimicrobial resistance, growing inequity, misinformation, and many more. At the same time, we live in a scientific golden age, when what seemed impossible a few years ago is already now or will soon be a reality. COVID vaccines were developed in a year. We have vaccines for malaria and soon for TB and for diseases which terrified our parents' generation like polio and smallpox. And I can give you other examples from other sectors as well. There are none of the great challenges of our time for which science cannot and must not contribute in helping us solve it. WHO is a science and evidence-centered organization using its scientific and technical expertise and convening authority to support member states to enhance their health, research, innovation ecosystem, to deliver health for all, and support economic growth and national resilience. But scientific advances are increasingly focused in a smaller number of countries, and in those countries in a smaller number of hands, and in many countries there is growing mistrust in evidence and science. Our greatest challenge is how we ensure this scientific golden age can be used to address the challenges of our time, and do so in a way that increases equity. This will not happen by a passive trickle-down effect. The decisions you make really matter. The future of our planet and of our humanity will depend on the choices we make. We have the privilege of influence. WHO stands ready to support your parliaments and the IPU to address these challenges. We also need your support, especially for two critical priorities of WHO: the last mile towards the approval of the pandemic agreement and its ratification, and your support for sustainable financings of global health, including the WHO investment round. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stefanuta from Parlamento Europeo.
Madam President, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor to speak here on behalf of the European Parliament and of our President, Roberta Metsola. I would like to start by saying that there's way too many people affected by war, affected by hunger, affected by climate change in the world, and we are deeply their allies, your allies. I would like to focus today on the critical role that science and innovation play in shaping a more peaceful and sustainable future. As Vice President of the Parliament, I am aware that these forces can be both drivers for progress, but also of division. It is our responsibility as parliamentarians to ensure that they are used for the common good. In today's world, we are focusing on challenges of an unprecedented scale. None of us can face them by themselves, no matter how rich, no matter how poor. Climate change, resource depletion, conflicts, rise of social inequalities. The environmental crisis we face today is one of the most pressing challenges for the European Union and for the world. And to combat that, we came up with the Green Deal, but that is not meant for us to be better. It is meant for all of us. We need you in it, and we want you in it. Our Horizon Europe program, which fosters research and innovation, is a good example of how the EU is investing in science, technology to secure a greener future. We need green technologies such as renewable energy, energy storage, to reduce our ecological footprint. Yet we must also encourage circular economy, and there's many delegations here who are good at that. We need to work and establish multilateral partnerships on a global scale. I renew my message, we need you just as much as you might need us. We are here to analyze sustainability, but we can fairly say that the environment is key, but it's not only about the environment, it's about the potential of the economy to grow, to get people out of poverty. Let's not forget that artificial intelligence and advancing technologies are reshaping our day-to-day lives. We have an artificial intelligence that affects 40% of the jobs today, but 60% are to be affected in advancing economies. So we do have an item on our hands. The EU has adopted the first comprehensive Artificial Intelligence Act that strikes the balance between innovation, safety, and social balance. The AI holds tremendous potential to improve people's quality of life. It can revolutionize sectors like healthcare, transport, energy. We can have early warning systems that humans cannot detect, especially in preventing wars or alleviating poverty, alleviating hunger. So AI has an important role to promote peace. By using machine data and learning and big data, we can develop a more accurate system of foresight. However, the AI, if it used incorrectly, can harness disinformation. Fake news can lead to an erosion of trust in democratic institutions. And we, as parliamentarians, must care about this. I saw that this institution was created in 1889, over 140 years ago. So that means we have to preserve this even now for the future. How is it possible that today's world is more led by sovereign or dictatorial forces than it used to be 50 years ago, for instance? So in order to advance all these goals, we need to put ethics and human rights together. We need to put technology and the interests of people together. So that's why I promote, and the European Parliament promotes this, that we have a global digital compact for positive outcomes. We are here to be your partners in energy, in food security, and in stopping war. May I just say, in conclusion, that, dear colleagues, it's a moment to reflect on the incredible potential that science and technology have. They are not just tools, they are powerful allies in our quest to create a more powerful and sustainable world. We at the European Parliament are there to foster innovation that not only drives growth, but also protects our planet. So together, let's harness this potential for the greater good. We are your partners. We need you. We need each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coulson for PMNCH.
Your Excellencies, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, as lawmakers, you are tasked daily with navigating a rapidly evolving landscape of scientific advancements and innovative technologies. Each decision you make requires a careful balancing of benefits and trade-offs, as these innovations carry the potential of improving lives, but also introduce unforeseen challenges. It is essential to draw upon diverse perspectives, incorporating the views of scientists, industry leaders, civil society, while remaining mindful of the potential of the adverse effects. In the current technoscience era, where technology is shifting from being a mere tool to becoming an end in itself, the role of democratic institutions is pivotal in ensuring that the progress remains human-centered, protecting the rights and the well-being of all citizens, particularly the most vulnerable. We believe that decision makers and democratic institutions should not limit their role only to foster technological growth, but guiding it responsibly to ensure that technology does not lead to deepening societal inequalities. As the director for the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, the world's largest alliance for women, children and adolescent health, I want to highlight the significant contributions that the science and technology and innovation have made in addressing these global challenges, especially in the area of maternal, newborn and child mortality. Advances in vaccine development, such as mRNA vaccines, were instrumental in the global fight against COVID-19 and have revolutionized disease prevention, particularly for children in low-resource income settings. Telemedicine has improved access to sexual and reproductive health services in remote areas by offering consultations, family planning advice, and mental health support. Scientific advancements have also led to new contraceptive methods that have reduced unintended pregnancies for women health in low-resource income settings. Portable ultrasound devices can help in screening pregnancy complications and ensuring timely referrals for high-risk cases and reducing mortality in these settings. However, despite the many benefits of these innovations, there are challenges too, which require equity and ethics to be particularly paid attention. Some suggested actions include, given these challenges, that the parliamentarians must work and make the best use of evidence to further advance the equity divide that is inhibiting the progress between global north and global south countries. Additionally, parliaments can facilitate international cooperation to establish global and regional standards for emerging technologies. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mrs. Piketty-Tahan from Order of Malta.
Madam President, honorable speakers and members of parliaments, excellencies, distinguished delegates. The Sovereign Order of Malta thanks the Inter-Parliamentary Union for its important work in advancing parliamentary diplomacy to address the many challenges the world faces and for providing a forum for dialogue amongst parliamentarians and other stakeholders to promote a more peaceful and sustainable future. The theme of this general debate on science, technology and innovation, STI, is indeed timely and crucial in an interconnected and constantly changing world. AI and new technologies have an immense potential for good, such as combating climate change, food insecurity, ensuring access to clean water and healthcare for a sustainable future. However, they also pose significant risks that must be mitigated, especially affecting certain fundamental human rights, such as freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, due to rising misinformation and disinformation. STI ought to be used as an ethical manner to promote democracy, avoid social tensions, and the exacerbation of conflicts and inequalities. Therefore, parliamentarians can and should put in place some legal frameworks to guide technology development and guard against its misuse, guaranteeing equal opportunity so as to bridge the technological gap, leaving no one behind. Madam President, the Sovereign Order of Malta is looking forward to actively participating in the second Parliamentary Conference on Interfaith Dialogue scheduled for next June in Rome, and is currently working closely with the IPU Secretariat. On that matter, allow me to sincerely thank the Secretary General for his leadership and support. In conclusion, the Order of Malta, with its humanitarian diplomacy and action on the ground in 120 countries, appreciates the opportunity to contribute to the debates and engage with parliamentarians on issues of common interest, as we have done before and since our admission as permanent observer to IPU in 2021. I thank you.
Thank you. We're going to start with the second speakers, Mrs. Brookings from New Zealand.
Thank you, and kia ora koutou. My name is Rachel Brooking, and I am from very, very far away from the bottom of the South Island of New Zealand. Now, I've heard many of the speeches, and there's been really important contributions regarding artificial intelligence, energy-hungry artificial intelligence, climate change, the importance of education, and many other matters. I am going to focus on something different, and that is longitudinal studies. Now, why focus on longitudinal studies? It is because they demonstrate the importance of funding science and research to provide evidence for policy decisions. New Zealand has world-leading longitudinal studies. So that is that they follow groups of people over time to examine population trends. They demonstrate how early life experiences impact on later health, well-being and ageing, and the impacts of social determinants such as poverty and the environment. Longitudinal studies get closer than other approaches to answer key policy questions: what, for whom and when, in terms of prevention, early intervention and programs to reduce inequities, support health and well-being and positive ageing. The Dunedin Multidisciplinary Health and Development Study has been going for more than 50 years. It is older than me. It has had more than 1,000 babies, and it is described as one of the most detailed studies of human health and development in the world. There are some examples of findings informing policy, such as the long-term impact of childhood poverty, showing that poverty in early life is associated with poorer health outcomes, even if a person's financial situation improves in later life. There are many other examples. My time is up, but I would like to say that legislators should look at these types of studies and fund them when doing policy developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mohavir from Guyana.
Good morning. No doubt, today's society rotates upon the axis of science and technology and innovation. Almost every conceivable facet of human life is impacted in this regard. Therefore, as one of the most premier decision-making fora, it is incumbent upon parliaments across the globe to harness these concepts for global peace and to advance human progress. The theme of this debate is therefore most opportune. The age of information, communication, and technology has transformed the world into a radically different place with unparalleled benefits. Communication is now instantaneous. Physical work has been made appreciably easier and more efficient. Meetings and engagements of almost every conceivable type have become more virtual than in person. Energy is progressively being produced from renewable and sustainable sources than those that have proven to be environmentally hazardous. Almost every facet of public administration and governance are moving from manual to electronic. Data and paper-driven processes are now digitized and are becoming paperless. Expensive large military hardware are being replaced by sophisticated and technologically controlled drones with greater efficiency and accuracy. Crucial medical procedures are being replaced by non-invasive laser-driven processes with greater clinical success. And I can go on, but I think the point is made. However, human history has taught us that with benefits come burdens, and the challenge before us as parliaments is how to maximize these benefits and minimize the accompanying burdens. For example, we all know that mechanization comes at the expense of labor, with higher unemployment being the inevitable consequence. Perhaps this is the greatest challenge flowing from the increased use of science and technology. As Karl Marx reminds us, labor is not merely a factor of production, but a raison d'etre of production. Therefore, production without labor is a zero-sum game. As we harness the use of science and technology, we have to ensure that we strike that delicate balance, because unrestrained, science and technology can render a predominant portion of the human race redundant. This is already happening in the developed world, where computers and robots are replacing workers by the thousands. Parliaments, therefore, through laws and policies, must create the regulatory framework that will ensure that this delicate balance is maintained. No doubt, climate change is upon us. Global warming, rising tides, the increase in hurricanes, tornadoes, and other harsh weather phenomena are no longer matters for conjecture. They are now permanent features of our lives. Therefore, environmental preservation and sustainability are matters of the highest priority if the lives of future generations are to be secured. It is the duty of our generation to ensure that we leave a safe planet for future generations. While it can be argued that science and technology may have led to environmental degradation, which exists today, we cannot undo what is already done. The least we can do is reduce the degradation. We can use the technological opportunities available to protect and preserve what is left. My country, Guyana, 86,000 square miles, is 86% forest. Guyana has the second highest percentage of forest cover on Earth and one of the lowest deforestation rates. Our forest stores 19.5 gigatons of carbon and sequesters more than 153 million tons annually. Even with our newfound natural resource, oil and gas, it will require less than 20% of sequestered carbon to offset our emissions at maximum output. Despite the fact that we have one of the most sustainable forests, we are nevertheless investing heavily in alternative renewable sources such as wind, solar, hydro, and natural gas. Additionally, we are one of the largest sellers of carbon credits on the world market. In this regard, Guyana presents a model for the global community to emulate. Unless we act on these matters swiftly and condignly, then the burdens of science and technology will quickly outstrip their benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Herstad from Noruega.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak in front of delegations from all over the world, representing billions of people. And I know that we, as parliamentarians, can make a difference also when it comes to science, technology, and innovation. But it is a great responsibility and challenge for us, our parliaments, to make legislation that ensures that, for instance, artificial intelligence become useful tools to develop sustainable societies. The technological development goes very fast, and the tech companies must not be given too much power. The country I represent, Norway, is a small country with only 5 to 6 million inhabitants. And since internet and digital information are crossing borders, we have to make legislation and system to combat cyber criminality, fake news, and misuse of personal information together with other countries. Therefore, we look to EU and the European Act to get inspiration, to get our own legislation made. Mrs. President, the world is facing big challenges to give prosperity to everyone. Due to the fact that we don't have endless resources, we have to priority and take the responsibility to make regulation to ensure a sustainable development that gives the most benefit for the people we represent without damaging the environment and the world's water resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Kishi from Japan.
Japan. 日本国会代表団参議院議員の岸真紀子です。現在、我が党は政治におけるデジタルトランスフォーメーションの推進を政策目標に掲げており、インターネット投票や国民が行政や立法の意思決定プロセスに直接参加できるようにするシビックテックなど、デジタル民主主義の推進を目指しています。科学技術イノベーションの活用にあたっては、国民全員がデジタル技術による恩恵を享受できる、誰一人取り残されないデジタル社会の形成を進め、議会としても地方や高齢者が取り残されることのないよう取り組む必要があります。労働分野においてもデジタル化により雇用が失われることがないよう、非正規労働者、フリーランス、外国人や障害を抱える労働者を含むすべての働く人が安心して暮らせる政策を実現する必要があります。そのため、デジタルデバイドが生じないよう配慮しつつ、ICT や AI の活用により、調和のとれた経済発展を目指すことが重要です。さらに、デジタル化の進展においては、個人情報保護の視点を欠くことがないよう、国や企業による情報管理の在り方について考慮する必要もあります。私自身、我が国のマイナンバー制度における個人情報管理の在り方について問題が発生したとき、国会で政府に対しリスクを指摘した上で再発防止に努めるよう追求し、より良い制度の構築に向けて尽力しました。AI についても、その利便性の反面、ディープフェイクなど生成 AI のリスクが指摘されていることから、AI の利用と規制のバランスを考慮し、議会人として人類のウェルビーイングに資する AI の発展に寄与すべきではないでしょうか。科学技術イノベーションの活用及び課題について、ここに集う各国議会の皆様と共に議論してまいりたいと考えております。以上です。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you. Mrs. Battistel from France.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'UIP, Mesdames et Messieurs, mes chers amis. Dans un contexte d'accélération des développements techniques, je me réjouis que notre Assemblée ait décidé de s'interroger et d'entendre nos contributions, car ce tournant majeur peut soulever des interrogations, des espoirs, mais aussi des inquiétudes. L'intelligence artificielle dite générative, dont ChatGPT en est une illustration, a fait sortir l'IA du débat d'experts pour entrer dans nos vies quotidiennes. Il est important que nous, parlementaires, nous nous en saisissions. Dans les quelques minutes qui me sont imparties, je souhaiterais orienter mon propos sur 3 points qui me semblent importants. Premièrement, je souhaiterais reprendre à mon compte les risques identifiés par le Forum des femmes de notre Assemblée et le devoir de vigilance qui nous incombe. En effet, nous constatons d'une part que les effets négatifs de l'intelligence artificielle risquent de toucher les femmes dans une plus grande mesure et d'autre part que l'intelligence artificielle risque d'augmenter les biais de genre en termes d'invisibilisation des femmes ou de contenus qui pourraient contribuer à la désinformation et engendrer des violences faites aux femmes, notamment en politique. Alors que faire? Nous pensons que les parlements doivent agir pour une meilleure modération des contenus et mettre en place des procédures efficaces de retrait des mauvais contenus. Il faut aussi utiliser des leviers pour que les femmes puissent davantage accéder à des hautes responsabilités dans ces domaines. Je souhaiterais également insister sur le besoin de nos parlements d'interroger et de questionner le progrès technique et ses répercussions. À titre d'exemple, le Parlement français s'est doté d'un organe propre, un organe pionnier dès le début des années 1980, l'Office parlementaire des choix scientifiques et techniques, où siègent ensemble députés et sénateurs pour se forger une expertise scientifique et technique et d'éclairer nos décisions. Il permet ainsi au Parlement de disposer d'une expertise pour éclairer des choix politiques de long terme. Dans la même perspective, l'Assemblée nationale française a développé un outil de modélisation informatique pour mieux anticiper les conséquences économiques et fiscales des dispositions que nous étudions. Je conclurai par mon 3e point, qui n'est pas le moins important selon moi. Parler de nouvelles technologies, c'est aussi parler de l'intelligence artificielle et de ses enjeux juridiques et éthiques. Je crois qu'il est impératif pour nous, parlementaires, d'agir pour lui donner un cadre au niveau international, lui assurant un usage éthique et de trouver un juste équilibre entre la place à laisser au développement des innovations, aux besoins de régulation et d'éviter la surdépendance. Je pense notamment à l'enjeu de la diffusion malveillante de fausses informations, à l'intrusion de groupes malveillants dans le cours de campagne électorale, sujet qui malheureusement prend toute une autre dimension dans l'intelligence artificielle. La question de la régulation, c'est un enjeu du règlement européen sur l'IA publié en juillet dernier. Je pense aussi à la convention cadre adoptée par le Conseil de l'Europe en mai dernier. Pour conclure, le thème de notre débat a vraiment tout son sens. Les développements techniques ne connaissent pas de frontières. Il est urgent que les organes multilatéraux de dialogue, en particulier le nôtre, lancent une réflexion commune pour une innovation maîtrisée et je me réjouis à ce titre de la résolution dont nous discuterons ensemble. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Raholijaona from Madagascar.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un honneur de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui sur le thème « Exploiter la science, la technologie et l'innovation pour un avenir plus pacifique et durable », qui met en avant l'idée que les avancées scientifiques et technologiques peuvent être deux leviers essentiels pour répondre aux défis mondiaux, notamment à Madagascar. Pour discerner la thématique, voici des points clés à développer: la durabilité environnementale, la paix et la sécurité, l'intelligence artificielle et la collaboration internationale. Pour la durabilité environnementale, l'espèce pratique traditionnelle malgache, la majorité, la population paysanne continue d'adopter la culture sur brûlis. Concernant la paix et la sécurité, les innovations technologiques en matière de paix et de sécurité sont une avancée incontestable, certes, mais dans la grande île malgache, on souffre sur les moyens, puisque les infrastructures technologiques sont un luxe qui ne peut être utilisé par tous pour l'instant. Pourtant, sur le débat de l'intelligence artificielle, les opinions sur l'intelligence artificielle divergent sur plusieurs points. Certains la considèrent comme une opportunité de transformation positive dans des secteurs comme la santé et l'éducation, tandis que d'autres soulignent les risques éthiques tels que les pertes d'emplois et les algorithmiques. Sur le point précédé, la grande île malgache possède déjà des dispositions législatives, mais celles-ci ont besoin d'être mises à jour, contexte réel et pragmatique. Des accompagnements sont cependant plus que nécessaires puisque l'STI est incontournable dans l'avenir. En résumé, aucun pays ne peut se permettre d'ignorer la science, la technologie et l'innovation aujourd'hui. Madagascar, que je représente, est pleinement prêt à collaborer avec l'UP pour avancer vers l'avenir et surmonter les défis liés dans la pratique. Je vous remercie, mesdames et messieurs.
Thank you. Mrs. Tay from Tonga.
Madam President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dulcie Day and I am the only elected female member of the Legislative Assembly of the Kingdom of Tonga. And I am honored to join in this important debate to represent the voices of women, girls, and my country. And I am the second to my speaker, and so it will be just 1 minute. Honorable colleagues, as we engage in this critical dialogue of harnessing SDI for a more peaceful and sustainable future, I want to take this opportunity to highlight a significant milestone for Tonga, the introduction of an updated computer crimes bill, which has just undergone its first reading in our Legislative Assembly. And this legislation is an important step forward in safeguarding our digital future, especially as we confront the pressing challenges posed by the misuse of digital AI. In Tonga, SDI has opened up so many doors for women's economic empowerment, enabling them to start businesses, access markets, and gain financial independence. Digital platforms have facilitated mentorship, networking, and collaboration, helping women to thrive in male-dominated fields. By investing in, I'll go down to fellow parliamentarians. By working together, we can ensure that science, technology, and innovation are utilized to their fullest potential, driving not only economic development and prosperity, but also sustainability, social cohesion, and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Señora Núñez de México.
Honorable Asamblea, México está comprometido con la democratización tecnológica, con la integración de la inteligencia artificial en nuestros sistemas legislativos y la transformación digital. Impulsamos el derecho humano a la ciencia en nuestra Constitución con una política basada en la solidaridad para que los avances tecnológicos beneficien equitativamente a todos. Nuestros programas nacionales de innovación abordan desafíos como la salud, el acceso al agua, la ciberseguridad y la seguridad alimentaria, integrando así la ciencia y la tecnología en la solución de problemas nacionales. Estamos decididos a cerrar las brechas tecnológicas para grupos vulnerables para que nadie se quede atrás. Sin embargo, estos avances presentan desafíos y como legisladores debemos incentivar la innovación al mismo tiempo que proteger a la comunidad digital. En una sociedad basada en el tratamiento masivo de datos, es fundamental establecer límites y obligaciones. México cuenta desde 2010 con una ley de protección de datos personales. Como nación, reconocemos en la educación digital la clave para cerrar la brecha tecnológica y construir una sociedad más justa, pacífica y democrática. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Alex Paredes, de Perú.
Buen día a todos. Qué frustración y contradicción causa que el uso de la ciencia, tecnología e innovación, que cada día se descubre algo nuevo en beneficio de la humanidad, sea usado justamente para perjudicar, dañar y lastimar a los propios seres humanos en el camino sin freno de una sociedad que día tras día camina a la deshumanización, al menosprecio del derecho a la vida. Una evidencia y ejemplo inobjetable en estos últimos días es el uso de las armas y todas formas de guerra para asesinar a seres humanos. No hay acto humano que pueda justificar o compensar la vida de un ser humano a cambio de un pedazo de territorio o de una diferente manera de pensar. No podemos seguir existiendo y viviendo con ese dolor permanente de ver cómo niñas, niños, mujeres, ancianos y otros seres humanos son asesinados en diversos puntos de nuestro planeta Tierra. Es hora de pecar de acción y no de omisión, que nos convierte en cómplices de esos asesinatos que testificamos y criticamos muchas veces cómodamente desde nuestros parlamentos, seguramente porque nuestros pueblos no están siendo perjudicados. Empatía sí, indiferencia no. La ciencia, tecnología e innovación debe servir para ayudar a nuestros gobernantes, a nuestros parlamentos, para tomar decisiones asertivas, inteligentes y pertinentes en beneficio de nuestra población. La ciencia, tecnología e innovación nos debe permitir tener elementos necesarios para solucionar problemas latentes como el cambio climático, contaminación y mejorar la calidad con equidad de vida para todos los seres humanos. Para concluir, hoy más que nunca la educación debe redoblar sus esfuerzos para enfrentar la indolencia de los adultos frente al dolor humano. Debemos duplicar nuestra formación y enseñanza ética, valorativa de nuestros estudiantes de todas las edades. No debemos formar estudiantes hipócritas, con doble moral, con doble rasero. Los que somos docentes o no lo somos, debemos preocuparnos por tener una ciudadanía íntegra, solidaria, empática, pero sobre todo humana. Nunca más indolencia. Gracias.
Gracias. Mr. Osboyasi from Turkey.
Değerli katılımcılar, tarih boyunca insanlık, bilim, teknoloji ve inovasyon sayesinde büyük ilerlemeler kaydetmiştir. Bu gelişmeler ışığında insanlığa yeni ufuklar açılmış, bir zamanlar imkansız görünenler gerçeğe dönüşmüş ve mevcut işler daha kolay hale gelmiştir. Bugün hiç şüphesiz barışçıl ve sürdürülebilir bir gelecek inşa etmek için bilim ve teknolojinin gücünü en iyi kullanabilecek olanlar gençlerdir. Ancak gençlerin fırsatlara eşit şartlarda erişemediğini de kabul etmeliyiz. Bazı ülkelerde gençler yapay zeka, blok zinciri ve uzay teknolojileriyle ilgilenirken diğerleri savaş, terörizm, kıtlık ve ekonomik zorluklar yüzünden geri kalıyor. Dahası insanlığa fayda sağlamak amacıyla geliştirilen teknolojiler ne yazık ki bazı bölgelerde hayatları mahvetmek için kullanılıyor. Bugün Gazze'de ve Lübnan'da gördüğümüz gibi. Değerli katılımcılar, bugün gözlerimizin önünde yaşanan trajediyi görmezden gelerek gelecek nesiller için daha barışçıl ve sürdürülebilir bir dünya inşa etmeyi gerçekten umabilir miyiz? Şu an karşımda dünyanın dört bir yanında gelen özellikle genç milletvekilleri bulunuyor. Ben burada genç meslektaşlarıma hitap etmek istiyorum. Değerli genç parlamenterler, daha 2 gün önce biz burada toplantıdayken Aksa Şehitleri Hastanesi'nin bahçesine sığınmış, çadırlarda kalan sivillere yapılan hava saldırısında 19 yaşındaki Ahmet Şaban yanarak can verdi. O da gençti. Üstelik yazılım mühendisiydi. Eminim o da bilim ve teknoloji kullanarak daha barışçıl ve sürdürülebilir bir dünya kurmayı hayal ediyordu. Ama gözlerimizin önünde yanarak şehit oldu. Değerli parlamenterler, sizleri Gazze'de yaşananları durdurmak için sesimizi yükseltmeye davet ediyorum. Bugün yaşanan bu soykırımı durdurmak ve gelecek nesillere utanç duyacağımız bir dünya bırakmamak için en çok bizler seslerimizi yükseltmeliyiz. Gelin İsrail'in Gazze'de gerçekleştirdiği katliama karşı çıkalım. Gelin tarihin akışında doğru yerde insanlığın ve barışın yanında yer alalım. Tarih bizleri sessizliğimizle değil, mazlumların yanında durma cesaretimizle hatırlasın. Unutmayalım ki daha barışçıl ve sürdürülebilir bir gelecek ancak daha adil bir dünya inşa edebilmemizle mümkündür. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill from Australia.
Good afternoon, delegates. First of all, can I associate myself with the comments about Australia's efforts in science, technology and innovation from Speaker Milton Dick yesterday. But this afternoon I want to talk to where I've just come from, which was a debate in the second committee about how much money our countries are missing out on, estimated by the OECD. So ineffective is the data that we access that we don't know whether it's 100 billion or $240 billion that our countries are missing out on because of multinational profit shifting. We're all impacted and we experience incredible data poverty. We need collectively to move to better technologies for parliaments across the globe to gather the information we need in power asymmetry to give us the opportunity to do what we need to do for our citizens. When information is not shared equitably, when those who would exploit our countries and disadvantage our citizens have more information than we do, we cannot represent them properly. Evidence-based, scientific, informed policy making by parliamentarians is the way to the future. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. Señor Carlos Núñez del Parlatino.
Estimada Presidenta de la Unión Interparlamentaria, apreciados parlamentarios y autoridades de más de 190 países. Es un gran honor estar hoy ante ustedes en esta reunión tan emblemática que representa a todo el mundo. Estamos en un momento crucial de nuestra historia, donde la interconexión de nuestro destino es más clara que nunca. Me siento privilegiado al dirigirme a ustedes como diputado nacional y presidente alterno del Parlatino. Este encuentro tan importante nos invita a reflexionar sobre el rol de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación como vehículos hacia un futuro más pacífico, sostenible. Hoy estamos experimentando una nueva revolución tecnológica, en donde la denominada inteligencia artificial empieza a ocupar un espacio cada vez más importante en nuestras rutinas diarias. Así, la inteligencia artificial, bien utilizada, puede colaborar con innovación en los temas de salud, educación, cuidado del ambiente, así como colaborar con los estados en materia de provisión de servicios públicos de calidad, con una especial atención a la demanda ciudadana. Si la inteligencia artificial, bien desarrollada y utilizada, puede redituar en la mejora de calidad de vida, pero si nos ocupamos en analizar sus usos y recursos, y si no invertimos tanto en infraestructura, capacitación y como en marcos normativos, también corremos el riesgo de profundizar las brechas socioeconómicas ya existentes. Bajo esta premisa y con el firme compromiso de que la ciencia y la innovación tecnológica esté al servicio general de nuestros pueblos, desde el Parlatino hemos trabajado en una ley marco, una ley modelo que tiene como objetivo posibilitar que progresivamente los países se comprometan efectivamente en establecer una normativa referente a la IA, con una visión sociocultural de cara al desarrollo sustentable, sostenible, dentro del criterio fundamental de la ética. La justicia social no es solo un ideal abstracto, sino un imperativo moral y político que debe guiar nuestras acciones. En un mundo donde las divisiones económicas y sociales siguen creciendo, la justicia social es la brújula que necesitamos para acabar con la pobreza en todas sus formas. Es nuestra responsabilidad asegurarnos de que cada ser humano, sin importar su origen, tenga acceso a oportunidades y recursos para vivir con dignidad. La pobreza no es solo una estadística, son millones de vidas marcadas por la privación y la desesperanza. Para lograr una democracia plena debemos asegurarnos que nuestros sistemas sean inclusivos y no solo en términos de derechos políticos, sino también económicos y sociales. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. I will now call on the delegation of Iran for a 2-minute right of reply from their seat, please. Try again, please.
Yes, it's okay. Shall I start? بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. در سخنان نماینده نروژ دروغ‌های علیه کشورم گفته شد که باید پاسخ داده شود. 1. عملیات قهرمانانه 7 اکتبر را تروریستی نامیدید، در حالی که این کمترین و مشروعترین پاسخ از سوی مظلومان حماس به جنایات 75 ساله اسرائیل بود. توجه شما را به قطعنامه‌های 1982 و 1990 مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل جلب می‌نمایم. نروژی‌ها بهتر از دیگران می‌دانند که اگر جنایات اسرائیل با دیپلماسی و مذاکره قابل حل بود، توافق 30 سال قبل اسلو نتیجه می‌داد. اسرائیل بی‌اعتنا از کنار تمام این توافقات حداقلی گذشت. 2. شما در اروپا آغازگر اسلام هراسی بودید و اگر امروز مخالفت با صهیونیست‌ها را در اروپا مشاهده می‌کنید، چرا باید هزینه آن را مردم فلسطین در قاره آسیا بپردازند؟ هزینه جنایات هیتلر در اروپا را باید کشورش بپردازد، نه قاره دیگر. 3. از نماینده جوان نروژ میپرسم آیا بنای یادبودی برای 10,000 کودک شهید فلسطینی و حدود 50,000 زن و مرد و انسان بیگناهی که در فلسطین و لبنان در بمباران خلبان‌های اسرائیلی جانشان را از دست دادند برپا کردید؟ آقای بورتنموی 48 ساله، شما نماینده مردم نروژ هستید که این روزها در خیابان‌های اسلو علیه جنایات رژیم اسرائیل و حمایت از آزادی فلسطین تظاهرات می‌کنند. لطفاً نماینده مردم باشید، نه جنایتکاران کودک کش. 4. از نماینده نروژ میپرسم آیا جنایت رژیم صهیونیستی در ترور رهبر فلسطینیان اسماعیل هنیه در تهران، بمباران ساختمان کنسولی ایران در دمشق و کشتار هزاران نفر در انفجار پیجرها در لبنان و ترور رهبر حزب الله سید حسن نصرالله را محکوم کرده اید که از پاسخ تلافی جویانه ایران ابراز ناراحتی می کنید؟ در پایان به نروژ و نماینده جوانش توصیه می کنم در سخن گفتن با ملت متمدن و بزرگ ایران مؤدب باشید و در سمت درست تاریخ بایستید.
Thank you. Now, young parliamentarians. Parliamentarians, Nueva Zelanda. Nueva Zelanda.
Kia ora, ko kahurangi kata aho. Today I will share an Indigenous worldview from New Zealand, a Māori worldview, on these issues of peace and security and justice. Data is often seen as the backbone of the information economy, significantly impacting marginalised groups and Indigenous communities, especially concerning Indigenous data sovereignty. While data is recognised as a powerful resource, we still grapple with its definition and the ethical implications of its collection and use. We must ask whether its collection serves as a force for good, bad, or something in between. There is growing concern about how data is gathered and stored, particularly by social media platforms that often collect information without explicit consent. For Indigenous communities across the world, collective rights are not new. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People emphasises the protection of these rights. They highlight the paradox of excessive data that works against us and insufficient data that benefits us, underscoring the need for Indigenous people to control, access and manage our data. Māori and Indigenous data is a taonga, a treasure, an essential resource for our health and well-being. As we navigate the complexities of the information economy, I urge everyone to advocate for stronger protections for Indigenous data sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you. Señora Costa de México.
Buenas tardes. Estimados legisladores y legisladoras del mundo, es un honor para mí dirigirme a todos ustedes en este debate centrado en aprovechar la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación para construir un mundo más pacífico y sostenible. Y hoy quiero hablar sobre el impacto de la inteligencia artificial en nuestra sociedad, especialmente en cómo podemos asegurarnos de que esta tecnología se utilice para el bien común. Los modelos de inteligencia artificial deben de ser claros y comprensibles. Debe haber transparencia en cómo entrenan estos modelos, cómo toman decisiones y qué datos utilizan para garantizar que sus decisiones sean justas y sean responsables. La inteligencia artificial no puede ser un territorio sin ley. La IA debe estar regulada con principios éticos y los parlamentos tenemos una tarea impostergable en la creación de marcos regulatorios que pongan a las personas al centro, protegiendo los derechos humanos y promoviendo la justicia social. Por otra parte, debemos de estar atentos a los riesgos y darles mayor visibilidad. Es cierto que la IA trae consigo oportunidades inmensas, pero también grandes retos y desafíos, como la desinformación y el desplazamiento de puestos de trabajo. Como legisladores, debemos anticiparnos a los efectos negativos de la inteligencia artificial y asegurarnos que existan las debidas salvaguardas. Para aprovechar los beneficios de la inteligencia artificial, debemos intensificar nuestra cooperación internacional. Sería muy importante que la Unión Interparlamentaria establezca un grupo de trabajo permanente sobre este tema para facilitar el intercambio de mejores prácticas legislativas y fomentar la colaboración con organizaciones internacionales. Por ejemplo, en México, en la Cámara de Diputados hemos promovido leyes para crear una agenda digital educativa y una ley de ciencia y tecnología que impulse la enseñanza tecnológica y científica. Además, hemos implementado un programa de becas que buscan aumentar la participación y el liderazgo de las mujeres y los jóvenes en las carreras de ciencia, tecnología, ingeniería y matemáticas. Finalmente, hago un llamado a los legisladores del mundo. Debemos de trabajar juntos a nivel nacional e internacional para desarrollar marcos éticos y regulatorios que aseguren que la inteligencia artificial y otras tecnologías emergentes se utilicen de manera responsable en beneficio de toda la humanidad y no solo de unos cuantos. Por su atención, muchas gracias.
Gracias. Mr. Kemsel from United Kingdom.
Madam President, honourable young parliamentarians of the world, today we are living at the dawn of a new age of science, technology and innovation. The artificial intelligence revolution, giant leaps forward in space travel where giant mechanical arms capture self-landing rockets, unthinkable breakthroughs in quantum computing, a new world of innovation in biotechnology. All of these developments are powered by the energy of young people, young scientists, young technologists, and young innovators in every country from every continent. Let us celebrate them and their work today at this august assembly. And as for us, we must ask ourselves, as the young legislators and political leaders of this generation, how can we also play our part in this struggle for human progress? Well, it is our duty to create and protect the environment for innovation to thrive, to unleash its benefits for the population of the whole world. And the key to that is freedom. Free peoples, free societies, and free markets drive innovation. Science and technology truly thrives only in conditions of political and social liberty. And while it might seem that totalitarian systems can direct resources through a combination of fear and strength, this is not true progress, but only the illusion of progress. History shows that those systems always fail in the end. So that is why we, the young parliamentarians of the world, must be unafraid to show the way, fighting for the conditions to truly unleash scientific and technological progress, speaking up for free societies based on liberty. And we send our solidarity to those in the front line of that struggle today, the people of Ukraine. From the United Kingdom, thank you.
Gracias. Gracias a todos. La sesión se ha cerrado y iniciará a las 2:30 de la tarde. Gracias.